Oh, why am I scuffed already? You know what? It's fitting. It fits. It does in fact fit. Chat, I'm so head empty today. Chat, I'm so head empty today. What the actual fuck? Chat, it's one of those days where I'm just no thoughts, head empty. What the thank you for the hydrate. I don't think this is gonna give me more thoughts. I don't think this is going to implant more thoughts into my brain. Alright, give me a second. Let me say hello to everybody. Welcome on in to Dragoness Haley. Congrats on that first. Hello Peru, Fuse, Wasteland Radio, Gremlin Transby, and this Twitch user is a person. Molten Barrel. Haley again. Hello Yax. Hello Lycanthropic. Hello Gremlin Transbian, Jay, it's lovely to see you. Hi Rowan. Hello Kami. Hello Gracie Bacon. Hello, Omega Scales, it's a pleasure to see you. Hello Y System Ira. Hello DD Tails, Kami, Bark Bite. What's everyone up to? What's everyone up to? Hello Skyjazzer as well, it's wonderful to see you. I did get your Blue Sky DM. I have not had time to answer it, but thank you. I do appreciate it. Your head empty. My YouTube things, I'm Christian, everything is upside down. Oh, whoa. That's life telling you to enjoy the moment. I'm gonna be so honest. I am very rarely head empty. Or rather, how do I say this? Okay. I spend most of my time thinking. I'm the kind of person where there are constantly thoughts in my brain. I am not capable of sitting still and silently. My brain doesn't do that. I guess I do have what you would describe, yes, as a busy mind. I also think pretty much exclusively in conversation. So I don't just have like an internal monologue. There are several actors in my internal monologue which speak back and forth. I'm constantly having conversations, sometimes with like a actual person I know who is not actually there. Sometimes I am just, hello Mangark rather, how are you doing? Bite. I'm constantly having a conversation in my brain, either with another person that I actually know, or, you know, sometimes just to chat. A lot of it's to chat these days. A lot of it is to you all these days, but I'm just talking sometimes to the air. It's an experience. It is very rare that I am head empty. I am currently head empty. You're so Raven Teen Titans? What does that mean in this context, Orleans? But you know when like you're watching a show and a character will just have a conversation back and forth with themselves where it's like, oh, I really need XYZ. Well, you could go steal XYZ, but that's a crime. Okay, but you could do it but that's my internal monologue. That is my internal monologue, except it is not a conversation with myself, it is usually with another actor. There's an episode where they go into her mind and it's splits all their personalities and they talk. Got it. Okay. Bark, bite. You fish? What that fish? I love fish, chat. I love fish. But yes, I have this very loud multi-actor internal monologue where I'm constantly having conversations with people who aren't there. I am head empty today. But here's the thing, chat. I never get the peaceful, calm kind of head empty. I'm only ever head empty because I'm fucking exhausted. It's been a hell of a week, but you know what? We're here, we're queer, we're thriving. I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna bite you very hard. I'm the way they diagnosed me with DID. I am, how do I say this? I've been evaluated for dissociative disorders before, or rather, no, I have not been evaluated for dissociative disorders. I've had multiple professionals want to diagnose me or want to evaluate me for dissociative disorders, and I've just said no. Every time. I've just refused to get, evaluated for it. Every time. Hello, Ginga. Also, hi, Orleans Mods. Can we shout out Orleans? And also Wonder. They're both good friends of the channel and people that I appreciate. Hello, Mama Luigi. Got my appointment for tea next month. Hell yeah, hope that goes well. Proud of you. Hello, Mothman's mom as well. I do recognize you. I remember you, don't worry. Yo, Orleans is really cool. I hung out with Orleans at Offkai. I really appreciate Orleans. It was so lovely seeing you. I really appreciate you. Don't have to deal with what's in the box if you don't look. That's my ideology around it as well, low-key, Avocat. My thing is like, how do I say this? I already have a lot of things that I'm dealing with, and I'm at a point in life where I honestly manage really well.
Oh shit.
In spite of everything. Hello, some sort of sunflower buffer bite bite. Also, thank you, B Beanbag for the resub. What the fuck? Good luck with the unpacking. You got this. But I'm at a point where I cope pretty well with all of my issues. Like I'm pretty well tuned and well in control of my life. I manage most of my mental health shit pretty well. I'm not perfect. I'm very high anxiety and have a tendency to just kind of like follow other people's lead in many social situations and like whatnot. But like I have pretty good handle on most of my shit. I don't want to open up another box and have to deal with more shit. And I don't want to do that right now. I indicate where you're located, but any tips on dealing with red states? I'm in Florida. It's rough. But you live. I can get more into that in a moment. I do want to address a couple other things in chat. To Orleans, I've been okay. Life has been a little bit messy lately. I had to get a new phone because my phone just like broke on me out of nowhere, no warning. So it's been a hectic couple of weeks, but I'm living, I'm surviving, I'm thriving to the best of my abilities. Offkai inspired me so much, and I'm trying to put every shred of energy I can back into my art. I'm definitely struggling a little bit on the social end of things because, like, I have had very little social energy lately, but Offkai was, like, the time of my life. Thank you for helping make that possible. Buffer bye bye. Thank you, Astra, for the stream streak. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Actively trying not to turn to dust. Don't think biting would be an enjoyable experience. Fair enough, Groggy. Fair enough. Please take care of yourself first and foremost. And I'm happy to be hot twink time. If you're exhausted and need nappy time, I'm not taking nap time. I'm not napping. Last night I decided to take a nap and I slept for 12 hours. I'm not doing that again. Hello, Natalie. It's lovely to see you. Burper bite bite. Oh, my love. And good luck, Lycan, if you have to change your password marker or your gender marker in your shit. I wish you luck. I don't know how to deal with that. Good luck. Thank you for the hydrate, Yui. Bark, bark, bite, bite. As far as dealing with red states, it's really important that you know the local rules, laws, and regulations. But I'm gonna be honest, like, businesses, if they are supportive of, you know, you being queer, if they're supportive of queer rights, they're not gonna care. It's very unlikely, even if you don't follow the rules, that nothing will happen. You will probably be fine. Oh, hell yeah, congrats on the guitar, Groggy. Bark, bark, bite, bite. The quick just a quick nap 3 days later. Yeah, I've been very, very tired lately in a I'm sleeping over 10 hours a day kind of way, which is not something I normally do unless the chronic illness is chronic illnessing. So the chronic illness has been chronic illnessing, chat. Haven't been to the States in almost 10 years, so I'm scared about border crossing as a disabled trans person. I completely understand that. That is so fair. That is a valid thing to be worried about. I do not know enough to recommend much. Wouldn't want the chronic illnesses to slack off. I really wish they would. It'll be Washington State, so I'm not too worried about once I'm there. Purely the border in that case. From what I hear, like, crossing the border as a, you know, leftist particularly is scary these days, because I've heard cases of people being turned away from crossing the border due to their social media and or politics, which is scary and freaky. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Chat, genuine question. Natalie, what the fuck? Thank you. What the hell? Huh? But yes, apparently from what I've heard from folks, if you're like applying for a visa to vacation in the US, and you're not from one of the handful of countries that has an exception to this, which like I'm pretty sure Canada is on that list, but they require you to have active public social media, and they will look at your social media to determine that you're likely to not stay in the US. Like they will use your social media to try and, you know, determine whether or not they can quote unquote safely let you in because they're worried about you staying over your visa time. Hello, old man windbreaker, bark for bye bye. It's actually apparently, at least the last few years, really hard to legally take a vacation to the United States. It's actually scary. Like being completely real, I don't talk about this too often, but I do like interact with tourists pretty regularly, and that explains a lot. That explains why tourism has been down. I may or may not very regularly interact with tourists, and I've noticed since 2025 there has been a stark reduction in the amount of tourism happening. And I have only recently found out that's largely because they made it really hard to go on vacation in the United States. I literally avoid social media. Yeah, and that's going to be a point against you if you were coming from outside of the United States into the US. That would be something they hold against you. The war didn't help with tourism either. Yes, but like going from a relatively open door policy to we need to see your social media and you need to get a bunch of paperwork done just to vacation here explains why. Like, okay, I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. I'm gonna mute my mic in the VOD real quick. In any case, mic active again. If you don't participate in self-surveillance for the state, you can't come to us. Sorry, exactly, yeah. It's scary. It's probably a huge hit on the budget. Yes, fucking... I'm very tuned into a lot of this shit. Epic Universe, Universal's new theme park opened up in 2025 and has, like, been completely failing to hit budget and seeing little to no traffic despite being a massive deal that they advertised the hell out of and poured, like, probably billions, maybe trillions into the production of. Because tourism is so down. It's bad. It's really bad. 1984 is coming, it just took a few decades. Oh, it's already happening. It's already happening. It's scary. We've been seeing fewer Americans on the cruise ships here. I don't know much about tourism outside, like out of America, but I know tourism into America has been very, very limited. And as a Floridian, we're struggling out here. Turns out trying to keep tourism industry going is a little hard when you direct most of the brown visitors and also discourage inter-country movement. How are you doing, Riolu? Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's scary. Anyway, don't mind me, I'm drinking coffee right now. I had to make myself a coffee because I've been just so exhausted lately. Big coffee enjoyer, though. Thank you so much for the train. What the fuck, y'all? I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna bite you very hard because you're my friends and I appreciate you. No, you're not my friends. What am I saying? Chat, I'm sleepy. That's the way I talk when I'm on VC with my friends. Chat, I'm autopiloting into VC with friends mode. Oh no. Hello, Altrius. Welcome on in. Barker bite bite. What the fuck? Y'all, I'm so sleepy right now. You sound like you need rest. I can't. I cannot afford rest right now. Rest is not an option currently. The EP Sleepy takes over, chat. The EP Sleepy is taking over. Oh no. Heard from several families that used to do big multi-family trips down to somewhere in the US that they've all stopped since the country got threatened. Will biting wake you up? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it will. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm a little bit out of sorts at the moment. I do want my friends who are in the audience to know that I appreciate them. People like Lycan and Orleans, and Wonder. I want my friends to know that they are cool and cared about. Bark bark bite bite. I appreciate you too, dude. Bark bark bite bite. I'm a very anxious person. Chat, I have anxiety. Chat, I have this thing called anxiety, and so I'm constantly scared that my friends are mad at and or hate me and or that I've accidentally unknowingly upset them in some way, because I'm socially awkward and don't always know how to function. I've admittedly, how do I say? And I think part of why I am so tired is because lately I have been just very socially overwhelmed. And it's not out of, like, lack of love. I love my friends. My friends are great people who I adore and want to talk to so much. I want to be there for them. I want to engage with them. I have been struggling greatly to interact with people. I am over a week behind on my DMs. If you have DM'd me in the last week, I have probably not responded to it. And it's not personal. I've just been struggling to stay on top of things lately. I've been so socially overwhelmed and lacking in social energy. And to be honest, I don't know how I fixed that. But I'm here. Hello, am the man. Barper bite bite. If we talk shit, we get bit. If we talk nice, we get bit. Interaction results in biting. The primary distinction is the type of smile that accompanies the biting. Thank you, Baphomet. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Sometimes you just need a social break. Unfortunately, I cannot have one of those. That's not allowed. I am, in fact, a content creator. Hello, Napalm Iguana. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Thank you, Lady Ace, for the stream streak. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. But no, it's been rough. I was going through and answering some of my DMs recently, and I'm responding to, like, 3-day-old messages, with big apologies about how the fact that, like, I haven't gotten back to them. There's an unanswered DM in there that I know is over a week old, and I just have not answered it. Did some prep work today for making a mango salsa. Mango salsa sounds delicious. Can I have some? Can you send me some of your mango salsa? You don't understand how many people I would kill for mango salsa. I love salsa. I'm honestly not that much of a mango person, but it's so good in salsa. This might be a me problem. I'm not super into tropical flavors that aren't citrus. You know? Not a big fan of tropical flavors that aren't citrus. Huge citrus enjoyer, don't get me wrong, I love citrus. But, like, pineapple, mango, papaya, what are other tropical fruits? Shit. What other fruits are tropical? I don't know, I'm not usually big on that, but you put them in salsa, and now I'm listening. Actually, I will DM you in 12 seconds, and if you don't respond in 1 hour while apologizing for the delay, you're a bad content creator. It's genuinely a problem. I feel so bad. Like, I genuinely believe that I have lost out on a lot of potential friendships for the fact that I typically take anywhere from 2 to 24 hours to respond to a DM, and that's when I'm not overwhelmed. It is very normal to receive a DM from me, and you can DM me back even like immediately. You're not hearing back from me for another 4 to 8 hours. That's normal for me. That is just what working on me looks like. If you do not catch me when I am high energy and present and there, you're fucked. I eat raw lime. I also eat raw lime. It's very tasty. Look, most people would not be good friends. You dodged a bullet. There's a lot of people that I want to be friends with. I'm just really bad at texting. It's important to have some friends who match your friendship degradation speed. Here's the problem. I have fast-paced friendship degradation. And I'm like this. I have very quick friendship degradation. I have extremely quick friendship degradation, and I have no mental or emotional energy to talk to my friends. If you cannot catch me when I'm in a voice chat, if you cannot get me into a voice call, into a VC, you are not talking to me. And I have quick friendship degradation. Half joke, half joke. If it's not there, it doesn't exist kinds of friendships. Not quite, but like if we don't talk for a month, my brain goes, I don't know if we're friends anymore. Are we still friends? I don't know if we're still friends. I'm one of those people who won't talk to my friends for a year, then start up like nothing happened. Like, don't get me wrong. If we interact again, it usually just takes me a couple conversations to get back to a solid baseline. But if I don't talk to you for a month, my brain goes like, are we still friends? I don't know if we're still friends. And you kind of like start falling down my emotional investment totem pole, and it starts becoming less of a I'm super invested in you and more of a I feel weird thinking about you because I don't know if you hate me kind of deal. So I have fast friendship decay, but I have no emotional energy. At least lately. Hello, Peru, bark, bark, bite, bite. So if you can't catch me in a voice channel, at least once a month, we're fucked. It's so hard to be friends with me, and it's not because I don't want to talk to people or don't want to be friends with people. I just am so tired all the time. A has recency bias for the homies. Yes, this is true, doubtful stake. It's why I try to reach out. It's like, okay. This is why whenever I go to a punk show, I try to, while I'm there, actively DM it to, like, my 20 closest friends. So that I, like, have a reason to talk to them that takes little emotional and physical and mental strain. But I've been struggling with that recently. I've been struggling, like, I haven't gone to any shows in a month. I'm mentally ill. Hello, Pyro, bark, bark, bite, bite. You popped up on my feed today on the good old TikTok, scared me so bad. You're welcome. I haven't posted on TikTok in like 2 weeks. I've been luck maxing more, but I've been wanting to lately. Or lurk maxing more than I've been wanting to lately, but man, job hunting has left me exhausted. I get it. I can't speak for anyone else. I can't speak to how this works for you, but I'm the kind of person where, like, I only have a limited amount of energy in the day. And typically, if I work or stream, that's about 80% of my energy for the day. And I have to find something that's like very low capacity for me to do with the rest of my time. Recently, just due to health issues, that capacity has been even lower. I've been struggling. The job market sucks ass right now. I hope you're able to figure something out. If I can be so honest, I found my current, like, you know, day job, and I've been clinging onto it like my life depends on it, because if I lose that, I don't know what I'm gonna do. The job market is terrible. Enjoy the lurk. This Twitch user is a person. Bark, bark, bite, bite. One sec. What does Doubtful Snake? What did Doubtful Snake say? This gives I love you, bitch. I never stop loving you, bitch. I promise I don't hate you, and that's a standing statement. I don't plan on ever hating you, but if the universe ever warps and does stupid shit, I become an evil bastard. I promise, I will just communicate. Thank you, Lycan. I appreciate you. No, to all of my friends that I, like, DM, show, like, videos, that is my way of saying, hi, I'm alive and I love you, I'm just tired, you know? To all of the people who only heard from me when I go to punk shows, that's my way of saying that I love you. Because I'm tired. Money, is evil, invented by John Evil to be evil, and fuck you. Yes, you over personally. Dude, save the occasional meme or something is my love language. Here's the thing, I can't do the occasional meme thing. Cause that's so much energy. The patented AE check-in. Most of I feel so bad about the number of times I reach out to people to start a conversation. We go back and forth for like 2 messages and then I disappear again. And I'm not getting back to that conversation for 2 to 5 business days. It is a me problem. I am the issue. I'm the problem. Can't relate my love language as memes. My issue is that I don't look at memes. I do not end up in online chat, people who send their friends memes a lot, where do you find them? Where are you looking to find them? I do the exact same thing. I'm glad that we are one in the same. You have a horde. Okay. Purchasing them from a meme dealer. Mostly YouTube Shorts and Discord. Yeah, my issue is I don't look or exist in places where memes are being sent. And so I can't have the opportunity to go, haha, this is funny, let me send it to this person that it reminds me of, because I don't look at the things in the first place. You know? My Blue Sky feed... Can I safely show y'all my Blue Sky feed? How long before porn shows up on my Blue Sky feed? Sometimes I make them as my only creative hobby right now. You know what? Real and fair. Real, fair, and valid. Like, if I open up Blue Sky, I don't get memes on Blue Sky, and this is my primary social media. I'm like, okay, there's a cute picture of cats. I could send that to someone, but I don't know. And then it's just a bunch of stuff from, like, my streamer buddies, or, like, you know, artists I think are cool. And just a bunch of my content creator friends, or content creators I don't know. And this is me in the Discover feed, which I never check. But, like, I don't get memes. It's just art or posts from my content creator friends. And occasional animal photos, and also porn. And also a lot of porn. Hello, permanent account. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen any porn yet. Hello, Jelly Goober, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I hope you're well. Yeah, it's just like, it's my content creator buddies, it's art, it's occasional political posts. Like, I don't know. And this is the Discover feed. This is not even like the following feed has more porn on it. I'm gonna be so real, the following feed gets more porn. I don't get many memes. Oh look, it's like the first meme we've seen. It's the first meme we've seen in this feed. Dude, I swear, you follow one SMW content creator and suddenly there's lesbians in their hoo-haws every other post, and I'm fine with it, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't mind at all. Get that bag, enjoy what you enjoy. Sometimes I wish I could filter it out just because, like, I'm in public or I'm just not in the mood to see it. I'm not... Okay, there was recently a feature added, I think it was on, like, Twitter, that allows you to filter out the things that people retweet. And I definitely get the criticisms of it, but I also don't think it is inherently a bad feature because sometimes I do just want to see your original posts. And sometimes people retweet a lot of NSFW content, and don't get me wrong, get that bag, enjoy what you enjoy. I don't mind seeing it. But I'm not always in the mood or the space for it. Sometimes I'm in public. Sometimes it's just not to my taste. I'm not inherently against the idea of having the option to filter out retweets or reposts, you know? I'm not here to yuck their yum, but occasionally you're on the bus. Yeah, exactly. You understand. I'm not inherently against the concept. Oh no. Oh no, chat. I kept scrolling and now I've seen bad news. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know if y'all are aware, Miss Lala, one second, let me like isolate the post so that I don't accidentally like show anything else. Here we go. So Miss Lala, creator that I do greatly respect, not someone that I'm friends with or know personally, but like I did briefly get to meet at Offkai, a creator that I do respect, recently made a pregnancy announcement, and oh no, fuck. I know that this is not someone I personally know. This is not like a dear friend of mine. It's someone who I have met once, and just happened to enjoy the work of. For those who are unaware, Miss Lala recently made a pregnancy announcement after like 2 miscarriages. Oh, damn, that's news to get on a Monday evening. I really hope that she is safe and capable and able to recover soon. That fucking sucks. Damn. Hi, Lupin. How are you doing today? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Damn. I hope she's okay. I hope she's okay. Saw that earlier. Wish her all the best. That was just a very sad thing to see as I am scrolling through my feed, yapping about how there's a lot of porn on it. I was so happy for her when she announced her pregnancy. Fuck, dude, yeah. God, the world is fucking cruel sometimes, and I wish I had something better to say than that. Holy fucking shit. God damn. Yeah, I hope she'll be okay, and I hope to hell that, like, she finds a way around this, because I know she's doing her best. What the fuck, y'all? Why is the universe like this? If I ever meet a genie, I'm using one of my 3 wishes to stop all pregnancy complications to make pregnancy non-deadly. Understandable. It is, I know for many people, one of like the great pains of life that they struggle with it. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Where was I? Where was I in my yapping? I'm good, hope you're doing well. I am doing okay generally. I've been very tired recently. I'm very excited for Megaplex, but I'm gonna be so honest, I'm glad I have the couple of days before Megaplex off because I've been exhausted and need a chance to rest up right now. Megaplex is gonna be good though. It's gonna be a great time. As I was yapping about, yeah, I wish I'm not mad about the proposal and existence of like a tool to just have your feeds, you know, only show how do I say, like actual posts from your friends and not retweets and whatnot. Just because sometimes I'm in public and there's a lot of porn on my feed, and like all my love to the sex workers and NSFW creators that I'm friends with. All the love to all of the NSFW creators and whatnot in the world. Get that bag. Keep yourselves safe. You deserve way fucking better than you get. But sometimes I'm in public, you know? And I'm gonna be honest, my Blue Sky feed, especially my following tab, is like 1/3 porn. There's a mutuals feed that does only show posts from your mutuals, but IKF is one that shows people you follow who don't follow you. Oh, we're talking about on Blue Sky. It also includes retweets. I was just talking about how there was a recent shift, or a recent like choice made on Twitter where you can like filter retweets out of someone's profile. You know? But speaking of like, I don't see memes very often, and therefore I don't know how to farm memes to send to my friends. Part of the problem there, or a weird little addendum there, if I happen to know someone's tastes and I see NSFW content that interests them, I love sharing that. That's just something that requires a much higher level of closeness and mutual understanding to do. I have like 3 or 4 friends where a large basis of our friendship is here's NSFW content that you would love. Good luck with the store, like, and you got this. Unironically, the bag NSFW artist get is so massive that I've heard it talking to me like the Green Goblin mask. I mean, that's only if you get a following and have success, but if you are an NSFW artist who manages to grow a following and have success, yeah. Yeah. Hey, saw this and thought of you, big titty goth gamer with a huge hog. Listen, we're valid. Which is with anything in life, especially anything in the arts or creatively. Especially anything artistic. Chat, I'm just a little guy. Chat, I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. I need to stop scrolling through Blue Sky because sometimes I scroll through Blue Sky and I see things that I think are really funny and then I have to restrain the urge to laugh on chat. Or on stream. I need to stop scrolling through Blue Sky when I'm live, but shout out to the they them pussy pin. Shout out to the they them pussy pin. It's beautiful. It's amazing. These are all stickers done by Spoonie, who's a very talented artist. One sec. This is Spoonie. Mostly horror-themed artist and creator who does some cool stuff. I've known Spoonie for a long time. Cool creator. Does a lot of horror-themed stuff. You would shout that out? Yeah! Shout out to the they them pussy fucking sticker or pin. It's funny. It's funny. I love the I may have overreacted one. They do good art. Spoonie does very, very good art. I will say they're some of the ones in here are like playing off of a specific comic. I don't know if y'all have seen the it's okay to ask for help. You're not a burden. Murder is okay. Your feelings matter. That comic gets me every time. I love that one. I love the it's okay to ask for help. You're not a burden. Murder is okay. Your feelings matter comic so much. It's amazing. It's so good. I may have overreacted is also really good though. The murder is okay comic brings me joy. Sometimes I do feel like a burden, but I don't want to murder anyone. But it's funny! You know? It's the tonal dissonance. For folks who are not aware of like the original context of that. Can I find the original context? A positive reinforcement murder comic is eternally funny. It's really good. I just want the original comic. I don't know if this is actually the original, but it's the version that I saw first. Can I open image in new tab? Thank you. This is the first image or version of it I saw at the very least. It is the it's okay to ask for help. You're not a burden. Murder is okay. Your feelings matter. The total dissonance is beautiful to me. You take care, Rowan. All the best. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Are we Hamtaro posting? We are indeed Hamtaro posting. I've never actually played a Hamtaro game. I actually never have. It's like, I love shit like this, where you have a piece of media. Okay. One of my guilty pleasures in media is when a piece of media is super soft and wholesome on the surface, but contains a lot of darker themes. I think you can tell that Doki Doki Literature Club was my first horror game, as much as it has its problems. I love media that looks soft and wholesome, but is a little bit fucked up. Why would that be a guilty pleasure? I don't know. It just is. It just is. I love him, Toro. Hi, Good Apple Boy. How are you doing? Oh, Good Apple Boy is a talented artist. Very talented artist and cool person. You'll love TADC then. I have watched TADC. It's very good. I did enjoy it a lot. It's very good. It's very good. It's like Steven Universe incarnate. I think we're gonna have to kill this guy comic. But nah, I love like the tonal dissonance. I'm a big fan of both like artistically, storytelling wise, and humor wise tonal dissonance. It's part of why the I will fucking kill you or I'm going to shoot you with a gun shit like that is part of my go-to responses to affection. It is partially because I don't know how to accept affection, but also I find it really funny. I think it's really funny to be surrounded by people who are being soft and wholesome and go, I'm going to eat you alive. I find the tonal dissonance hilarious. On the topic of horror titles that seem not so horror, what do you think of SOTL? Can you tell me what that stands for? Subversion of expectation is comedy? Yes. I love subversion, especially when that subversion is a little bit dark and edgy. I was very much like the teenage edgelord sort, I will admit to that. 16-year-old me was like the... Okay. So my friends and I, when we were like, 16, had a Discord server, and my nickname in the Discord server was just local edgelord, because I was that guy as a teenager. I was the edgy one, who made a lot of, how do I say? Just a lot of, like, murder, death jokes. I was that kid, and I got better. I think it's pretty evident that I'm not that guy anymore, even if I've held on to a lot of the subversion elements of it. But I was that guy for a while. I was that kid for a while. People grew up and shift, etc., etc., etc. I still have a little bit of fondness for some of the subversion elements. Oh, Spec Ops Online. I have not played it. The famous horror shooter that unfortunately you can't buy legally anymore thanks to 2K. This tracks. Honestly, I'd be tempted to stream it entirely for the fact that you cannot buy it anymore. Whenever I see a game or a piece of media that you can no longer legally enjoy, it really makes me want to seek it out. But nah, I love the Hamtaro comic. It's so good. It's so silly. Murder is okay. If I were to do like a voiceover dub of this with my friends, I would be the murder is okay. That would be me. Kind of like Oja Majo Doremi, one of the best anime you can't watch legally. Why is it not legally watchable? I'm curious. I never heard of this one. Teehee. No, I hate that we live in an age where, like, companies are much more empowered than ever to make media inaccessible. When we're seeing the death of physical media entirely, it's so much easier for content to get lost or blocked. There is this concept a lot of people seem to have in their heads that digital media is permanent, and it's not. It's not. It is far from being permanent. It is honestly really easy for digital media to go missing or to be deleted or be withdrawn by like copyright. And when companies are no longer even bothering to release physical versions of media anymore and are insisting that you only have use rights and not ownership of the media that you have bought, that is a recipe for having media go missing, you know? And it pisses me off. Spec Ops Online is very cool, and I can attest to the fact that you can technically play it in like 8 to 10 hours. Okay, but what's a realistic playtime? Did a thing I've dubbed the Summer of Suffering last year. Played Spec Ops, all 3 Max Payne, Signalis, and Mouthwashing. Something else that I don't forget, back to back to back. I love Mouthwashing. Mouthwashing is one of my favorite games. I fucking love Mouthwashing. Chat, I'm still not over that one person who, under a video wherein, it was a video that I guested on, wherein I mentioned mouthwashing, decided it was necessary to go on a big rant about how that game is fucking disgusting. Hello, Apple Snapple, how are you doing? Barper Bite Bite.
Oh,
No
shit.
worries, welcome back, it's lovely to see you. Thank you for the follow. I love Mouthwashing. It is a game that was very impactful for me and feels the closest I've gotten to, how do I say? It's the closest I have felt to getting a spiritual successor to Silent Hill 2. I love Mouthwashing. It is a gross game on purpose. It is a gross game because exploring its themes require it to be gross, and I love that. Spec Ops: The Line is considered legendary by some, but is also controversial due to the subject matter and does have the problem of being a genuine rug pull. Got it. Okay. The big corporations literally only cared about copyrights as far as it makes them money. The AI corporations are using copyright laws as a way to get away with shredding literal historic text. And fuck that. Have you heard about the war between DVD and DivX back in about 2001? No, I was not alive yet. Do fill me in. I'm really curious about that. I've never heard about this before. Only the first season was dubbed in English, dubbed in a lot of European countries. Okay. It is disgusting, but that's the point of the art. Yeah, exactly. But, like, you know, how do you tell a story talking about the ways in which men protect other men who have committed sexual assault and, like, defend each other in those situations without getting into gross territory? How do you explore that and properly do justice to an exploration of those themes without getting a bit gross? You know? How do you talk about power and patriarchy in the way even when well-intentioned men will oftentimes perpetuate those systems without getting into very gross territory? I love Mouthwashing because it very unapologetically explores the horrors of rape culture and of systemic misogyny and whatnot. And it explores them really well. Of course it is a disgusting game, because it's a game about, like, horrific things. And sometimes you have to be willing to be a bit horrific to properly explore the horrors of something. Mouthwashing. Mouthwashing. Really good, relatively short horror game. DIVX was basically an alternate format that basically DVDs at 1/3 the price. You got a 46-hour viewing window. If you wanted to watch it again, another $3. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I despise that. Oh, that's basically streaming services, but worse. You take care, Doubtful Snake. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You have a lovely rest of your day. I don't have a PC. Yeah, unfortunately, probably wouldn't be able to play it then. That's horrible. I'm glad that didn't take off. Like, okay. Fuck streaming services. I do think, like, how do I say? Ignoring how much capitalism sucks, I think the ability to, like, borrow media is valuable. At the very least, when things like Blockbuster existed, you could borrow a physical thing for a short period of time and return it. And sure, that was overly expensive, and it's still a shitty capitalist model, and you don't get to own anything, but, like, at least you're taking home a physical disc, that you can enjoy for that period of time and bring back. The idea of a piece of media that locks or destroys itself, after a given period of time, that is disgusting. That is disgusting. Hello, Road to Dusk. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see you. Good luck with the teaching. You got this. Literally the only upside I can think of it that sounds like it'd be relatively easy to make copies of the media. Oh, probably. Like, chances are it would have been very easy to subvert or jailbreak whatever process was functioning there. One thing that does, like, there's a lot of things that upset me about a lot of modern tech, but I hate how much harder it is to crack and break a lot of modern tech. There's so many protections companies put in place to try to evade piracy. Like, it's only very recently that we have managed to basically fully crack the Switch 1, etc., etc., etc. Chat, I'm so mad about the Switch 2. I found out recently that the Switch 2's GPU is an NVIDIA GPU, and NVIDIA is an active boycott. And so that has turned me off from buying one. Or at the very least, given me much more mixed and negative feelings on it. But it sucks because pirating Switch 2 games is not currently possible. It is not currently an option. And it probably won't be for several years. And that sucks ass. Like, how do I say? In the grand scheme of things, Nintendo and Nintendo's actions are not to the level of severity of, like, Microsoft, for example, but Nvidia's are. Why are y'all boycotting Nvidia? I live in a rock. Oh, Nvidia's, like, actively funding and supplying technology in support of genocide. I don't even, like, don't get me wrong, the fact that Nvidia is doing a bunch of AI shit is bad. I am far more concerned in the grand scheme of things about the ways in which they are supplying technology to and funding genocide, you know? Hello, Apollo. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Fuck that shit. Thank you, I made my model myself. I did the art and rigging. I put a lot of work into it. how do I say, NVIDIA is supplying, like, military technology and aiding Israel in their genocide in Palestine, if I recall correctly. I don't have many more details aside of that, but that is what what has been relayed to me through more reliable sources. Shit sucks. I still don't like Nintendo just by the fact that they can decide to brick a Switch too. Don't get me wrong, Nintendo is also, like, evil and horrible. In the grand scheme of things, like, we have to remember their actions are up against, you know, competitors such as Microsoft. Is Nintendo also super mega anti-emulation? Yes, Nintendo is extremely protective of their copyright. They are one of the most protective and litigious when it comes to defending their IP and copyright. They suck. But, like, I do think there is a different level of severity between this company hates right to repair and doesn't want you to own your shit, versus literally complicit in genocide. You know? No worries, permanent account. It is lovely to see you again. I will do my best to remember that. Trying to remember individual names is a little bit of a struggle these days, but... You take care, Chibis. Bye-bye-bye. Like, I do think these two things are on different levels of severity. Maybe that's just a me thing. Like, absolutely fuck Nintendo for being, like, super anti-media preservation and defending their trademarks so litigiously. But I do think there's a level of severity to be acknowledged here. To me, that is a smaller evil than, like, literally funding genocide. My one point when it comes to NVIDIA or Nintendo utilizing an NVIDIA GPU, it takes years to design a console. It's not like they designed it in the last, like, year or two. You know? That said, I don't know a whole lot of details. I'm just here. I'm just repeating shit I've been told. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm just repeating the shit that I've been told. So take me with a grain of salt. I'm just a little guy. Intel's on the list, though. That's the reason to get AMD CPUs. I don't know all the details. I'm just a little guy. Gonna be lurking for a bit. No worries. You take care, an unfortunate potato. Ah-rah-rah-rah. Ah-rah-rah-rah. What's wrong about Intel now? They're on the BDS boycott list. I don't really give a shit about them making bad hardware when they are an active boycott. Can companies just not do shitty things these days? Chat, I'm gonna give my hot take here. If they're on the BDS boycott list, that means they are complicit in the ongoing genocide in Palestine. That is what BDS is centered around. BDS is centered around that. Here's my hot take, chat. Any company that gets big enough, especially if they get to a point where they are publicly traded, no longer gives a shit about you. If they are big enough, they no longer give a shit about you, and they are more interested in pleasing investors, as well as lining their pockets with more money. If a company is at a point where they are publicly traded, congratulations, their primary focus is no longer on providing you a good product. It is now 100% on pleasing investors and making as much money as possible. No large company is ever going to give a fuck about you. Capitalism is a broken system at its core. Ultimately, every company does not give a shit about you and is far more interested in making profit over your well-being, whether you are a worker or consumer. They want to get as much out of you for as little return as, or rather, for as little expense as possible. But especially when they become publicly traded, they no longer give a shit about you. NVIDIA also recently acquired an Israeli defense contractor. Yeah. So fuck NVIDIA. Shit's fucked right now. And thus follow with intensification. Exactly. Pleasing investors often leads to less money. I mean, investors want infinite growth. Investors are begging for infinite growth every quarter. The reason why you'll see large gaming companies fire the majority of their staff after the quarter after release is because they need to maintain the appearance of infinite growth. So they will release a game, but because, you know, they just got a big burst in sales and their numbers went up for a while, they are going to see a drop the next quarter. In order to make up for that drop, they fire most of their staff. Have to go harvest for my plum tree. You take care, Apple Snapple. Buffer bye bye. Alright, ads are running. Apologies. Did not have time to call that out. Sorry if I'm a little bit head empty today, y'all. I apologize if I'm a bit more head empty than usual. I really want to be here and stream tonight, especially because I'm not going to be able to be here like past Wednesday. But I'm feeling really not great. I'm feeling very not great right now. I'm gonna change the playlist. You've been doing good tonight, in my opinion. I usually have like 70 to 90 people at this point in the stream, and we've been sitting at like 50. So I'm anxious. That's how it goes. That's just how it goes some nights. I'm gonna stand up and stretch in a second. Big stretch. Oh, I got dizzy when I stood up. Give me all your energy. No, I need it right now. No ice for you. I need it. You're trying to please your inner investor corpa? Have you considered that I'm poor and need to make money to live and really, really want to go full-time as a content creator? Alright, one sec. I need to turn a light on and turn my fan on. I normally don't turn my fan on when I'm streaming because of the noise, but I need it right now. It's getting warm in here. Alright. Left a Steam review complaining about AI, got told, but the dev is 40, bear in mind, earned more than enough to hire a dev team for the production of their next game, and the first game was done by, older dudes on much harder software to code on. Nah, fuck them. Chad, fuck anyone who uses generative AI for any purpose. People have been doing this shit without its use for years. Sure, maybe you could do something faster and poorer quality with AI, but people have been doing this shit themselves for years, and if you need help, get help. I can tell you as a content creator making cool art, there are usually people who are willing to help you out. There are usually people around who are happy and willing to help you out. House feels so empty without Grandpa? I'm sorry, Rampage Jester Clown. I hope things get better. Chat, fuck anyone who uses generative AI, especially in the production of their art or media. I have no fucking respect for that. You mean you couldn't have a conversation with a friend? You mean you couldn't have gotten a friend to even, like before you use generative AI, get your friend to make a shitty temporary asset, or make a shitty temporary asset yourself, you know? Sometimes for free, people will help because they like something a lot. Yeah. If you are making cool art, you probably have cool friends who would be willing to do something quick for you for little to no cost. I can tell you as a content creator, if I really wanted to, I could have people doing shit for me all the time, and I choose not to do that because I don't want to take advantage of my friends. I have people offer to help me with my shit all the time, but I refuse it either because I feel like that's less authentic to me, it would make the work have less of my own voice, or because I don't want to take advantage of my friends. I've had people offer to ghostwrite for me, and I say no. You think I'm gonna let AI ghostwrite for me? I refuse to let my friends ghostwrite for me. Always remember, crappy Photoshop is better than any Gen AI. Absolutely. Bark, bark, bite, bite. If I'm struggling with figuring out how to write a video essay, I have my friends read the script and give feedback and have conversations with them. You know? I've thought about trying to eventually be a content creator, but my main concern is that to make real money, I need a big audience, but big streams aren't interactive enough for my taste. I want to talk to my chat. I mean, okay. It depends on how much money you would need or want to make. I can tell you at my current size and scale, which I mean, this is a really low view night. I've been averaging like 70 to 100 lately. But at my current size, I make anywhere from like 600 to 1,200 a month, which is not livable, but it's something. We needed to get that out of our head. Also ran the math at 1.9 million copies sold. The dude earned 2.28 million pounds over the first small dev team. I mean, you do have to factor in the fact that like platforms usually take a good portion of that money, but still, that's absurd. But chat, fuck generative AI and fuck anyone who's utilizing it as part of their creative process. There is no excuse to do that, especially if you have any modicum of success. I would never utilize generative AI for my shit. You know why? One, because it's horribly environmentally destructive. But if I made AI do it, that's not my work at that point, and my voice doesn't show through anymore. Fuck that shit. I won't let my friends ghostwrite for me. I'm not gonna let AI do it. I don't use other people's art for my thumbnails because then my voice and vision doesn't get through. I'm not gonna have someone else carry that fucking work for me. Fuck generative AI. We had a fucking class assignment once and wanted us to learn how to use AI effectively or some bullshit. Had an assignment to use AI. I intentionally fucked that shit. No, real fair and good on you. Good on you, 100%. It's on Steam. You might get a better percentage of what you earn from the price. Not sure. I can look into that. One sec. Steam takes 30% of game sales and in-game purchases. But once a game passes 10 million in sales, it is cut down to 25. Hello, check for Charlie, Barber by Bite, how are you doing? Steam takes 30%, which is honestly pretty standard. I can tell you, Twitch currently takes 40% of my revenue. AI? Gross. AE? Heart. Hi, it's me. I'm AE. I'm not cheating Olympic sprinting committee. I'm just using a car as a force multiplier. Fuck generative AI. So Druid earned almost 60 million in the end. Yeah. I was just saying, like, when you're thinking through the numbers, it is worth to acknowledge that, but it does not change the overall, like, moral of the story. The moral of the story is still fuck generative AI, and you shouldn't be using it in your work. I would rather see you use temporary assets or code shittily than turn to generative AI. I would rather see you get free help from your friends and pay them back with a pizza later or some shit. Fuck generative AI. I did just want to make the point that, like, creators are usually making less than you think. I am genuinely curious. I did already say a number a few minutes ago, but, like, I would be curious how many people, or how much people think I make given my general size as a creator, but tonight is not a good metric of that. Data centers need to be adorned with mini dicks, painted in the night. I think worse than that. 30% was more standard, but I think a bunch of their game platforms are offering to take less now to draw creators there over Steam. Makes sense. But yeah, 30% is relatively standard for a creator. Hello, Jordan. Welcome on in. Bumper by bite. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Nah, chat, fuck AI, fuck data centers, fuck all this bullshit. Shout out to my friend who keeps criticizing my D&D ideas to make them better. That right there, that's how you do art, 100%. That's how you do art. I'm okay. Sorry for not responding to your DM earlier. I've been very busy, but all my love. All my love. I've been very bad at responding to DMs lately. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I have been in the hell lately, chat, of I really want to talk to my friends, but I have little to no mental or emotional energy. And it sucks. Chat, it really sucks when you want to talk to people, but your brain just will not let you. It really sucks when you want to talk to and hang out with people, but you have no fucking capacity. It's the worst. At least we're not talking about Roblox. They take 70% and charge a subscription just to receive your money. Oh, fuck Roblox for a million reasons. Chat, I fucking hate Roblox. Chat, I despise Roblox. Been working on a video essay lately. Had some friends and family read the script for feedback. Hell fucking yeah. I need to start working on my next video essay, actually. I've been slacking on that. Or I need to continue working on it, rather. I have been slacking lately. But no, chat, fuck Roblox. In case you needed to hear someone say it, I despise Roblox as a platform. Not a fan. Roblox, in so many ways, has failed its community and end user base. It's horrible. Arr. Thank you for the curse of Scup, emo, kawaii, chibi. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite, indeed. Big stretch. No, Roblox is a miserable platform that thrives off of, like, unpaid child labor. And I don't respect that, is my hot take. My extremely hot take that no one's been brave enough to voice before. God, fuck Roblox for the ways in which they you know, function primarily off of fucking barely paid child labor. And allow for abuse to fester on their platform. Not a fan. Every game on there is either trash, belongs on Steam, or is owned by someone who plays the ukulele. I respect a lot of the groups that make games on Roblox. They're incredibly talented people there, the company itself, however. Those people, with all the love in the world, should, you know, move away from making Roblox games. Make something better. You can. You're capable. You've proven that much. You know? Fuck Roblox. There was one time, like 3 years ago, that I did a Halloween stream doing like shitty Roblox games, horror games and whatnot. Obviously, like, that was a long time ago before I had a lot of the current context that I do have on why Roblox sucks ass. But God, I saw firsthand how miserable the platform is. It's bad. It's bad. I never liked it, but I didn't realize how evil it was until I saw footage of a game with the gun pickup that cost in-game currency. I think the moment where it clicked for me was hopping into a shitty Roblox horror game, almost immediately dying, and then being prompted that I needed to pay money to revive. And I went, oh, half the games on here are scams trying to get as much money from the user as possible rather than provide a fun experience. Huh. So yeah, not a Roblox fan. Have to play Roblox with a child that I babysit, and this is not against you. I want to be perfectly clear. When I say stuff like this, like, understand that there are general exceptions. If you need to do something in order to, like, make the money to live, or because for some reason related to your or someone else's safety you need to rely on something, you're fine, I get it. There are shitty tech companies that are actively funding genocide that I still have to use the equipment of, because otherwise my entire stream setup falls apart, you know? When it comes to, like, avoiding shitty companies or engaging in boycotts or trying to consume as ethically as possible, the as possible is an important part of the question. Or the equation, or however you want to phrase it. Doing what you can is what matters. I'm not gonna call you a shitty person for, like, playing Roblox in order to make sure the child you occasionally babysit is safe. I'm not calling you a bad person for that. I'm just saying, it's a shitty platform. And I would encourage more people to move away from it if they can. Hello, Pitch Captor, Barber by Bite, how are you? You know? Very often when I say things, please understand that if you, for some reason, have a, like, reasonable reason why you cannot do that, you're fine. You know? I talk a lot about the importance of, like, attending boycotts and engaging with your community, but, like, if you live in a space where you literally can't, or you're disabled in ways that you struggle to go outside, understand that I'm not talking to you, you know? I hope that makes sense. Thank you for the stretch, System Ira. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, Femi Emmy. I'm glad you're doing good, Pitch Captor. Chat. Joe Cat just released paw print socks and I kind of want them. I kind of want them. I'm so normal. World's most normal guy. I am the world's most normal guy. I kind of want them. Out of curiosity, is EA being boycotted? I don't know the, like, in-depth situation. I know that they were recently bought out by a shitty... Don't do that. So, to be clear, EA is a shitty company, but, like, all companies are shitty. EA has multiple times, like, made games completely unavailable for purchase and has taken games away from players who bought them after delisting them from the store. So, like, EA has taken games down from the store and then taken them out of the libraries of paying players while they were taking them down. EA has, like, multiple times... EA has this long-standing habit of buying smaller studios and shutting those studios down to reduce competition. And if I recall correctly, EA as a company was recently sold, but I don't remember to who. But you know. Fuck EA. I don't think they're an active boycott. When it comes to boycotts, we usually try to target the most extreme or easiest to boycott cases. For the sake of, you know, for the sake of centralizing our boycotts on a handful of companies and making boycott a feasible activity. When it comes to boycotting activities or boycotting companies, we don't boycott everything possible, we focus on boycotting the most prominent and easiest to avoid targets. But that's a whole conversation. It was bought by a Saudi company backed by Trump's son, from what I remember. Got it. Alright, yeah. I mean, already fuck them for so many reasons, but I didn't remember the details on who bought them. Oh yeah, Trump has a kid. Trump has a child who's... He exists. Trump has a child. You're totally good, check for Charlie. Off topic, but I'm sad the Metal Gear Solid Vocaloid shut down. That sucks. I don't know much about Metal Gear Solid, but that sucks. I feel bad for all of his children. Okay. I feel bad for the children of all rich people because I cannot imagine them being good parents. I cannot imagine a wealthy billionaire who's more concerned with, like, power being a good parent. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but I really cannot imagine them being a good parent. The Saudi Wealth Fund owns a lot of video game companies now. I'm not surprised. It's scary. It's fucking scary. Part of the reason why you've actually been seeing me, and I don't know how many of you have noticed, but I've been shifting away from a lot of big name company games, a lot of like AAA games, even like a lot of the retro ones that I do enjoy, towards more indie games, partially because so many of these companies are increasingly owned by shitty people or perpetuating harm. I'm still occasionally playing retro games, but I'm a lot more interested these days in games that can no longer be legally purchased, or rather purchased directly from the consumer. So when it comes to engaging with older media that is owned by shitty companies, the new line that I've been drawing in the sand is, if this game or piece of media or whatnot is owned by a big massive company that sucks ass, my question before I play it on stream has been, can you currently buy it in a way that supports the company? If the answer is no, it's still on the table. So I've still been playing like DS games or Wii games, a lot of games where like you can no longer directly buy them because their stores have shut down, but it sucks having to even draw that line in the sand, you know? Hello, Corvo Apollo, how are you doing? Bye. I would feel bad only if in adulthood they turn away and see the hell that is their upbringing. The Trump family is all complicit at the moment, though. I still want to hope for the best. I'm how do I say, an overly permissive and forgiving person. I want to believe the best in people. How are you doing, Corvo? Thank you for the hydrates, folks. That's another reason I've been working on bringing more of the older game consoles into rotation. My perspective at this point is like, if a game is no longer up for sale, even if it's owned by a shitty company, I'm usually okay to stream it, because if you're gonna buy it or play it, you either have to pirate it or buy it secondhand, in which case that shitty company is not seeing your money. That's the line where I have set for myself as a creator, because obviously I don't want to be the reason someone buys Minecraft and gives Microsoft money, you know? I don't want to be the reason why someone gives a shitty company that is funding genocide any cash. So if it's no longer available for sale, that's kind of how I've been functioning. But we'll see where my line shifts. That said, if you've noticed I've been playing more indie games and less retro games, that's why. Also, look up if people who made the game are still part of the company. For example, Roll7 are all fired by their parent company. I've asked fans to pirate their game instead of mine, which is based. I love so much when the devs say, hey, don't support our company, or the company that screwed us over, pirate our game. I just still get anxious as a creator in cases like that, because, like, I don't want to be the reason that shitty company gets money if people don't have that knowledge or context, you know? The throwing of water bottles with every hydrate redeem will never not be funny to me. Oh, it's hilarious. It's one of my favorite stream bits. Ate way too many carbs, now I'm suffering the consequences of my actions. Oh, poor thing! I still need to respond to your DM. Fuck me. Money pisses me off. Chat, my hot take is that capitalism is bad. Hello, Mizu Taku. How are you doing? My hot take is that capitalism, it's bad. Have we considered this? Have we considered that maybe capitalism sucks? I think we should think about it more. I think maybe we need to think more about this, you know? I know it's not a hot take, that's part of the joke. That's part of the bit. Part of the bit is that it's not a hot take. The bit is that we all know it. r/unpopular opinion. Sometimes I'll say hot take before saying something completely basic because I think it's funny. I think subversion is comedic. As we were talking about earlier in the stream chat, I think subversion is really funny. I will happily tell someone the cold truth, real and valid. Hotter take, anarchy good? Oh, you're so right. Chat, hot take. Not a big fan of the government, you know? Hot take, not a big fan of large centralized power structures. You know? Capitalism being the most unsustainable system and collapsing every few decades or so. And yet people still haven't gotten through their heads. Every time there's a big economic crisis, it's always, oh, it's the fault of the younger generations. Or like, certainly, if we just regulate the companies a little bit more, they'll act nicely. No. Maybe it's time we accept that the core of the issue is capitalism itself. One annoying part of media preservation is when old dead online services get taken over. For example, a lot of old Flash games are dangerous to play as they contain links to their creators' old websites, which cease existing and are now malware. That sucks. And does require a lot of media literacy to engage with. No, chat. We're still testing this new system called capitalism. We're still working out the kinks. We've had long enough. We've had long enough. The system isn't broken. It's functioning as intended. Yeah. And I wish more people would, like, understand that, you know? There's more golf courses in the US than anywhere else in the world. Yeah, chat, fuck the very notion. Okay, like, don't get me wrong. I think golf as a sport can be cool, but as things stand, it is the sport of rich white people, and they feel the need to build far too many of them and build them in ways that are, like, how do I say, horribly environmentally wasteful. You know, like, if we were building golf courses in environmentally sustainable ways and places, I wouldn't have an issue with them. I think like the raw existence of golf as a sport is fine, but the fact that we need to build them in the most unsuitable places, and that the sport caters itself intentionally to rich white people, that part sucks, you know? How did humans get convinced capitalism was worthwhile, just a suffering engine that kills us all? I mean, supposedly what people will tell you is that it started as a way to provide a middle ground for exchanges of things, because sometimes if you want something, you don't have something the other person wants, and people want mutual exchange of labor. But as the system continues to spiral out of control, you eventually reach a point wherein you're trading your time for a paycheck that makes someone else richer, you know? Golf would be cool if it was a blood sport. Would you rather have an otter that's a victory dance every time you do something difficult, or a red panda that curls up next to you every time you need emotional support? Both are magically animated stuffed animals, not actual critters. I'm not sure, because neither of those are tasks that I really need help with. Capitalism is just a continuation of the elite role that existed for the last 10,000 years. Fuck capitalism. Fuck capitalism for so many reasons. Screw it. Oh yeah. Corona's talking about Super Battle Golf, which is a really fun video game. Give me a second. Super Battle Golf, I got dragged into a couple months ago for a friend's birthday. I ended up buying it, and I didn't expect to fall in love with it, but it's actually a really good game. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds to pull this up so y'all can see. Can I hit the correct buttons? That'd be nice. 1 sec. Don't mind my my Deltarune chill lo-fi beats to relax/study to playlist. Don't mind me, I'm very normal. This is Super Battle Golf. Let me get like the original trailer going. This is Super Battle Golf. It is really fun, actually. Hello, Obi the Cleric Beast. How are you doing? Bye bye. It's golf, but you can have guns. This is apparently one of the DLC things. 1 sec. What's this one? It's really good. What do you think about F1? I don't know what F1 is. You'll have to tell me. Pretty good. How's the stream? Going well. We're just yapping, causing problems. I'm a little bit lower energy than usual today and being a bit insecure about views being low, but that's just how it goes sometimes. This is Super Battle Golf, a game that is very good and that I do recommend. Oh, Formula 1. Oh, I know people who do Formula 1, actually. I have friends who do. It is not exclusively a like, sport played by rich, wealthy people. There are more accessible routes of getting into it. I know people who do it. It's another thing where, like, I think it would have value were it engaged with in more ethical ways, if that makes sense, you know? Here, this might be the official trailer. It's just golf, but you have guns! It's really good! See, I live in Florida, so I'm actually, like, I've been to Jacksonville a lot. I've got some really close friends in Jacksonville. So maybe it's just my personal fondness from, like, existing in that area, but I don't know. She's not a huge fan of some decisions in F1. I'm admittedly not well enough aware of it to say much, I will admit. I noticed a lot of the more masculine people I asked the questions that they wanted the squat water of the emotional support red panda. My thing is, like, when I am upset, I do not want to be touched. My issue with the red panda is if I'm upset, don't fucking touch me. If I am overwhelmed or stressed or upset, do not fucking touch me. I actually hate when I am venting and people give, like, hug reactions. Because it feels like you're touching me and I don't like it. Don't touch me. I don't want to be touched. So the emotional support red panda is kind of a nightmare for me, but I also really don't need someone who's to celebrate my wins for me. I don't need that. Both of those sound kind of unpleasant to me, actually. Fun fact, I have connections to McLaurin F1. I know an ex-race engineer. I'm friends with folks from the Danger family. Like the race car people. I'm friends, like, directly with the family. As someone who doesn't like physical interactions at all, that is extremely relatable. Hell yeah, Lore Keeper, I'm glad you get me. I'm gonna be so real, I hate touch. I hate touch. I don't like when people hug react when I'm venting. If you're not one of, like, my 5 closest people in life, don't touch me. You know what? Yeah, I know folks from the Danger family. One of my close friends, one of my close personal friends is, like, cousins with one of the Dangers. His last name is still Danger. Do they need a mechanic? I'll let you know if they do. He's in my chat regularly is the funny thing. He's in my chat pretty regularly. Don't touch, I bark, bark, bite, bite. Yeah, I need to put a do not touch me disclaimer when I vent or something. What do you think about guaranteed injury sports like boxing? So I'm definitely biased here because I used to do kickboxing and ground wrestling and various forms of martial arts. I have mixed feelings on them because yes, it sucks engaging in sports where injury rates are high, but also I think fighting and self-defense is cool. So I'm biased. I know, the dude I know is called Guy Rogers, just his first name is Guy. Hell fucking yeah, that's really funny. Thank you for the hydrate, Corvo Apollo. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Big stretch. Big stretch. Was that a dueling pistol? Yeah, no, Super Battle Golf is super fun. I love it, and I really want to play it at some point during my upcoming birthday week. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, chat. Arrah. A sign with a do not touch while venting on an Among Us crewmate, slipping to the vent would be hilarious. I would love to get into sword play and archery sometime soon. I've done archery in the past, it's very fun. I think it's very fun. I think the problem with boxing is that it's not the most effective martial art, but brain injury is literally universal, inevitably boxers just consent to. I mean, maybe this is too much of a hot take. Maybe this is too much of a hot take. But if people getting involved in the sport are aware of the risk and consent to it, I don't know. Okay? Like, it's a complicated, nuanced situation that I do not have the expertise to speak on. But new in game guy named Cash once just got back and I have no idea what we're talking about. We're talking about sports. We're talking about sports. Like, I don't know, it'd be nice to find ways to make those sports safer. I don't know. I'm not an expert on the subject. I don't know much about sports. Oh, you're okay, Natalie. I understand it's kind of just like an automatic response for a lot of people. I'm just not very touchy. I don't like being touched. I don't like being touched. I used to help run an archery range when I was in my teens. It was really fun. Yeah, I used to do archery back in the day. Only a few times, like handful of occasions, but I did for a while. It was more so like go to a range with a handful of children and rent the equipment and to do it kind of deal with me. But it was fun back in the day. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Arrgh. Archery is cool. Did karate at some point, ended up hurting myself, never got shown proper form. That sucks. Like, I do think, like, when it comes to sports, I think it is important to mitigate injury as much as possible, especially in younger folk. But I'm not an expert on the subject. I don't know much about sports. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. I do not know much about like sports. Thank you for the stretch, Corvo Apollo. Chat! I worked out for the first time in like 2 years recently. Sorry, I'm proud of myself for this. I went to a gym basically for the first time in like 2 years. I did that. As a boxing fan and former wrestling and football player, it's hard to explain to people why people beating each other up in a controlled environment is actually fun and cool if they haven't done it themselves. Yeah, and I think that's fair. Genuinely, like, I think, you know, if consenting adults want to play a sport, even if it comes with, like, dangers and risks of injury, I don't see what the problem is, you know? Especially if we're doing what we can to mitigate risk. I don't see what the issue is. I'm not a sports person, but I think that a lot of sports are in their own way art forms that people find love in. And like, if we're doing what we can to mitigate injury, I don't see why it's an issue. But I don't know much. But no, I went to the gym for the first time in like 2 years after my last stream. And my arms still hurt, but I feel good about it. I feel very good about it. I'm thinking after streams, if I'm not like on the verge of falling asleep, I'm gonna try to work out going forward. Because I am within walking distance of this gym, and it is 24 hours, and no one's in there at 2 in the goddamn morning. So I can just work out in peace, and no one is there to judge me. Is it safe to be working out completely alone? Not the safest option I could have made, but I do know what I'm doing. I used to work out pretty regularly, actually. I just haven't had access to gym equipment in a long time. It's the first time since I was homeless that I've had access to equipment. I think issues that children and teenagers are pressured into a lot of extremely dangerous sports without actually knowing or understanding the risks, and that is a problem. Absolutely 100%. I think awareness of risk and proper mitigation of risk is important. You know? There are a lot of cases wherein, like, you can never fully remove risks from an activity, but when we have done what we can to mitigate the risks and people are properly informed of the risks and are doing it out of genuine love, that is a different story to me. It's very similar to like a lot of my ideology around like consent in kink. There are a lot of cases where you're never going to fully remove risks. We do what we can to mitigate them, and we engage with knowledge and consent, you know? Kinko with some hello, Spooky Sapphics. How are you doing? Bye bye bye. I never got to do that, but I'm a karate dojo. I had a specific no contact rule or light contact, so you couldn't do a lot. Instead of putting bars on specific moves that cause a lot of harm. That is unfortunate. Get a few minutes now. Congratulations on the emos. Bye bye. I do think it's important to say that boxing specifically isn't a risk, but a flat out you will get brain damage unless you quit. And if adults engaging in the sport are aware of that and consent to it, then I don't really care. That's my thing, you know? If adults engaging in it are aware of that and are informed of that and are still consenting to participate in it, I kinda don't care at that point. And I know that's how do I say? I know that can be an uncomfortable notion for some people, but like there are cases where you cannot remove the risk of something. And if people still want to engage in it and still consent to engage in it, It's a complicated, nuanced ethical question, but I think that you, like, how do I say? I think knowledge and consent and proper information is really important. That is what is key to me. Fish! Occasionally the risk is part of why people enjoy it. Yeah, honestly. And again, it's about, like, it is about proper knowledge and consent. And as long as those things are there, for me, it's let people do what they're gonna do, you know? I am an anarchist, and that is a big core piece of my ideology. The question to answer is at what point there's actively so much risk that even with regulation, knowledge, and consent, etc., does it become more ethical to stop participants from engaging regardless? To be honest, I don't have a solid answer for that. I don't have a solid answer for that either. Gonna be so honest. You know, I don't have a answer for it either. But generally speaking, I err on the side of giving people freedom so long as they have the knowledge and consent to give it. One of the, like, questions I am trying to address in the video essay I'm currently working on has to do with, like, is there a point wherein someone is ill enough that we have the right to step in? And it's a really uncomfortable question to answer, you know? Because I, for one, would love to live in a world where as little people suffer harm as possible. And what do you do? For example, I'm someone with schizoaffective disorder. What do you do with someone who is actively experiencing psychosis but refuses help? Do you have the right to step in? It's a very complicated ethical question. And it's one that I admittedly err on the side of, if it doesn't bring risk to others, no. And that's a really uncomfortable thing to say. But it is a belief, or it is the answer I lean towards. Hello, Alexander. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You can't infringe on people's free will, even if you think the risks are mitigated to your liking. You make people aware of the risks and let the person decide for themselves. Hello, Zelda. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But, like, it is a very difficult question. But I'm saying this as someone with psychosis, as someone with schizoaffective disorder. You know, say someone in my situation is in a position where they are not in a right state of mind, but refuse help. At what point is there justification to step in? And I think if there is not risk of harm being done to others, I think, unless there is harm being done to others, in most cases, stepping in is a problem. Is a overextension, or rather a removal of some amount of free will, you know? But it's a very complicated ethical question to address. Of course I know your name, Zelda. You are literally one of my moderators. I think in cases of mental illness, there's a certain point where it is literally not you making the decision. As someone with schizoaffective disorder, I do consider even myself in psychosis to a certain extent to be me. And I know there are people who deal with psychosis or schizophrenia who will disagree with that. But you as an outsider cannot judge where that line is, and I personally disagree in my own case. You know? I'm kind of the opposite. I believe society has a duty to care for people even when they reject help. I, as a schizoaffective person, would feel as though many of my rights were violated were someone to force me to get help when I did not want it. You know? What exactly we're talking about, if I may ask? We're talking about the very complicated notion of freedom and right to free will and whatnot in cases wherein an activity will cause harm. This started with a conversation about boxing, about a sport that, like, carries very heavy risk of doing harm, and about where the line is with, like, consent and stepping in to prevent harm, you know? We're talking about some very complicated ethical questions of consent and free will. Because there is nuance to these conversations, but I think when we hit when we're in situations wherein no harm is being done to others, I think that where does schizophrenia play into this? It plays into this because in answering the greater question of when can we step in to determine whether someone has the right to engage in an activity with heavy risks of harm, I'm bringing in the greater ethical question of what do we do when someone is not in touch with reality, and bringing in my own personal experiences. Because I know it's an uncomfortable and a nuanced point. I like asking challenging questions and providing challenging answers sometimes. I don't care if you're a feral animal, bite me, real. I don't mean psychosis. I personally would believe that a certain mental thing taking part of the person would lead to rhetoric of just choose not to have X disorder then. I mean, how do I say this? I'm not someone who would say that. I hope it would be clear based on my personal like experiences and rhetoric in general that like I wouldn't tell you to just not have a disorder. I would hope not. But there is nuance to these questions, you know? On a philosophical level, I don't think anything I control should be considered me. And there's a level of complicated, like, nuance and question there that I don't have the full context to speak to. But, you know. In my experiences are where I desperately needed help but was incapable of seeking or accepting it. Again, there's a lot of complicated nuance here, you know? I can only speak to my personal experiences. You know? My experiences lead me to the end that I don't think we can force someone to avoid something that we think would be the correct choice for them. Oh my god, y'all, this brings me back to something related to Epic the Musical. Wild tangent, I know, wild tangent. But actually the reason why this video essay idea has been in my head for a long time, or at least part of it, the idea existed beforehand but got like really crystallized by this. One sec, can I find it? We're all over the place today. I'm normal. So there is a cut song from Epic the Musical called Cope With That, and it centers around the character Paramedes. And the fundamental question it asks is very similar to the question I'm asking here. Thank you for the hydrate molten barrel. Bark bark bite bite. You can advise someone on what to do, but you cannot force them to do something they do not wish to. And as an anarchist, my ideology leans in that direction. I understand for a lot of folks who aren't anarchists or who have more limited understandings of what it means, or rather, how do I say, more, I guess, restrictive understandings? No, more wider understandings of what it means to do something for the greater good. Then their answers might, vary from mine. Because ultimately, a lot of this is also a conversation of common good and individuality versus, like, free will. But this is, what I'm about to play is a cut song from Epic the Musical, which kind of, like, had me thinking a lot about this.
Maybe we should leave him. What? Look at how he sleeps. Look at how he's smiling. He's the first real one in weeks. You don't know him like I do, which is why you'd be perplexed if you knew how he would hide the truth, that deep down he was depressed.
Don't let him convince the other men.
So what? Are we supposed to abandon those who are hurting, desert them, leave them out to burn when words are not working? No, we support them however they need. We let them
this shit hits.
Maybe I'm the problem that's been hiding all along. I'm a slave to my ambition, a prisoner of my drive. And I have got this mission, and I cannot compromise. And you'll just have to cope with that.
Okay. So that cut song, Cope With That, kind of centers around this very ethical debate that I am like having here. It's a very entry surface level version of the debate, but it centers around like a depressed person who is engaging in what an outsider believes to be harmful actions, not just to himself but to a greater group. For the sake of like feeling happy for the first time in a long time, and the question of whether or not that outsider can make the decision to force this person out of this coping mechanism, to force them to go home, or whether it is right to leave them in that situation because they're fucking happy for the first time in forever. Who are we to decide that they would be better off in the situation? And the very line of like, it's not my job to make him happy, it's my job to take him home. It's really philosophically interesting. And I'm really sad that this is cut content from Epic, because it seems like through some of this cut content, the musical was exploring some really different themes about like, because ultimately Epic ends up at the end being a piece that tries, and I believe personally fails, to address the question of like, is it right to hurt others in the effort to protect yourself? It is a question of whether whether you can justify becoming a monster for the sake of doing mercy unto yourself and your closest loved ones. And here we see some really interesting things that do kind of more distantly touch on that. It's the question of like, you know, doing harm to this individual who is suffering in some capacity for the sake of how do I say, for the sake of accomplishing a greater mission. It is a question of doing harm unto this individual who is experiencing a thing for the sake of accomplishing this greater goal. But it feels almost like Epic was treading on some really interesting territory around like the debate of self versus entertaining, how do I say, of when we are allowed to make that choice for others. It's good shit. Epic the Musical is good. Y'all, I'm kind of upset we didn't get this version of Epic the Musical. I'm turning my background music back on, but I'm really sad we didn't get this version of Epic the Musical. And it's a very complicated, very nuanced conversation that hits really close to home for me as someone who is schizoaffective, who has had help forced onto me by authority figures, fundamentally, that was not right for me, that actually exacerbated harm. And when I tried to stop this harm that was being done, I was judged as being incompetent, and judged for, you know, protecting myself by these professionals and authority figures. There's the really complicated ethical question of when are we allowed to force someone to get help? When we are allowed to deny someone's autonomy or freedom for the quote-unquote greater good or for their own well-being. And my general answer trends towards respecting someone's individual freedom. My general exception being when other people and their well-being becomes a risk. But I understand it's messy territory and there's a lot of nuance. You know? And now Speedy offered to share with AE in chat. Thank you, Zelda. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Something happened to me that relates to this. Someone I know got preemptively shot to death because they were perceived as a threat. It's complicated. Something I always do with people I do not trust enough to not abuse is tell them if they ever need help or need advice, because I'm not forcing them to explicitly advertising. I don't know if other people would abuse it. It's something I'm always scared might happen. It's complicated. I feel like the quality of existing systems also has a big impact on that. To get a bit more explicit on like why this is such a big conversation to me, and this is stuff that I'm going to like retell and address in this video eventually. I spent like 3 months in a intensive therapy situation. What's it called? Intensive outpatient care. Basically, I was doing like 12 hours of therapy a week, I think it was. At this, it might have been more than that. It might have been 20. But in any case, my memory's failing me a bit there. I was doing a large amount of therapy a week in this outpatient therapy clinic. And this is where I got diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. In the process, like after I got diagnosed, when they were getting me on medication, I was put on an antipsychotic for the first time. Relatively high dose, and one that actually had potentially deadly side effects when combined with another medication I was on. I proceeded to then experience some of those side effects. I developed drug-induced Parkinsonism. When I went off of these medications, I was told off. I took myself off of the medications after I passed out in public in a parking lot. These medications made me so drowsy that I could barely stay awake, gave me really bad muscle spasms to a point where I could barely drive, and when I passed out in a parking lot, I hit the point where I knew I had to get myself off of these medications immediately. Really bad ad timing. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I'm gonna wait until after ads to finish telling the story, I think. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Do, 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 do. I think it's worth mentioning there are still ways to go, our understanding of and our treatment of schizophrenia and similar conditions. As that advances, we may be able to better answer questions. Very possible we aren't informative to answer as a whole. Oh yeah, fuck the very idea of the dopamine hypothesis of schizophrenia, by the way. Fuck the very notion of, like, how do I say, of the dopamine hypothesis. Not a fan of the dopamine hypothesis of schizophrenia. Holy shit, I was having this conversation with a friend earlier. I was having this conversation about a friend earlier, and I hate to diss psychology majors on main, but y'all, every time a psychology major tries to tell me something about the brain, I cringe, because half the time it's wrong. Hi, Prod Pod, how are you doing? Bark, bite, bite. We're talking about, like, really intense ethical dilemmas. How are you doing today? We're talking about some very intense ethical dilemmas regarding, like, autonomy and mental illness and the right to autonomy when you are mentally ill. I'll explain the dopamine hypothesis in a bit. What's this about psychology majors? Welcome back from ads, everybody. I may or may not have dissed psychology majors a little bit during the ad break. I may or may not have dissed us a lot of psychology majors just a little bit during the ad break. Okay, with all my love and affection to psychology majors, my background is in cellular neuroscience. So I know a lot about, like, the biological mechanisms of the brain. And so often when I talk to psych majors, they'll just say shit about the brain that is patently untrue. This is majors beef. This is majors beef. I'm gonna be so real. There is so much stuff that is taught as common knowledge in psychology that is just kind of functionally not true. Like on a biological level. Chat, fun fact, ADHD is not one condition. ADHD is actually like several conditions that are commonly mistaken for each other and are really difficult to tell apart on a behavioral level and require different treatments and shit. And if you've ever struggled to relate to another person's description of ADHD or not reacted well to ADHD medications, chances are it's because you're dealing with completely different conditions that are both being labeled as ADHD because they're not the same thing. Left is infighting, not give me majors infighting. Also, sleep debt isn't real. Sleep debt just is not real. It's not a real thing. There's just a lot of times I will talk to psych majors and they'll say stuff to me and I'm like, that's not how it works. Because a lot of the common knowledge in psychology is very observation-based, and when you actually look into the science of it, or like the biology of it, it falls apart. I take a psych class next quarter, you got me scared. A sleep debt, what does that even mean? Sleep debt is the idea that if you like don't sleep much for a while, you build up sleep debt that you can only recover by sleeping more later. It's not how it works. By not sleeping, and by delaying sleep, you're actually just doing permanent damage that won't go away. More or less. No. All my love to psych majors in actuality, but there's a lot of, like, psychology practice that is very based in surface-level observation without a whole lot of investigation into the actual, like, biological or physiological components. And for that reason, we end up with things like the dopamine hypothesis. The dopamine hypothesis of schizophrenia is still to this day the predominant belief in psychology of how schizophrenia functions. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know where the dopamine hypothesis comes from? Psychiatrists found a medication that seems to help a large portion of patients with schizophrenia. They look into its mechanism of action, and after a few years of investigation, they find out that it functions by reducing dopamine activity throughout the brain. They declare, we found the cause of schizophrenia, there's too much dopamine. They continue for about 40 years. This discovery was made 70 years ago, by the way. They continue for the next 40 years to go. We figured out what causes schizophrenia. It's too much dopamine. Despite the fact that these medications do not work for about 40% of patients, and have horrific side effects and actually worsen several symptoms of schizophrenia, before anyone goes, maybe we should look more into this. And for the last, 20 years, they've been slowly unraveling the fact that actually dopamine is not the primary cause of schizophrenia. And for a lot of people, antipsychotics are completely ineffective or do more harm than good. And I know a lot of science is like this, but, the brain scans showed relatively early on shadowed a lot of doubt on these theories, and it took the psychology field a long time to catch up and realize that something was wrong, and that their predominant theory was maybe not good. And still to this day, unfortunately, the dopamine theory is one of the primary things taught when it comes to schizophrenia and the primary ways in which it is treated. Not a big fan Every time I've been on a dopamine agonist, it has been a miserable experience. It looks at my Oshi, who is known for not sleeping. Hee hee, tee hee, smiles. I know that's honestly just a sciences problem, where oftentimes, sciences will come to a conclusion and not question things for a long time. I understand that that's kind of just a big thing in the sciences in general, but because psychology is very just like observation and, how do I say, it's oftentimes based more in having conversations and making behavioral observations than like raw numbers. It does fall into the pitfall very often of just like accepting things to be true, or rather taking people's word for things. And so I don't actually hate psychology majors. Most of the psych majors I've met have been lovely people. There's just a lot of misinformation that fosters for a long time in the field of psychology, and it's not a very cut and dry science. It's fucking with your dopamine levels, of course it's gonna make you feel like shit. So with schizophrenia, the theory that I'm most interested in is the, oh god, what is it? The glutamate theory, I think? Give me a second. It's almost like each person's brain is unique in its quirky functions. It's almost like biology is fucking complicated. The glutamate hypothesis, basically, proposes that a lot of symptoms of schizophrenia stem from a deficit in glutamate signaling, and we've actually found in rodents, if we reduce glutamate activity, we see them develop both positive and negative symptoms of schizophrenia. If sleep debt is real, I'm built like mnemonics. Sleep debt doesn't work. It's not real. If you're awake for too long, you just kind of do brain damage to yourself. I say having been awake for like 90 hours at one point. Teehee. But yeah, I'm a big proponent currently of the glutamate hypothesis of schizophrenia, because we have lab evidence of being able to trigger both positive and negative symptoms of schizophrenia just by manipulating glutamate alone. It's possible there is a further route down the road, but I'm very interested to see the development of more glutamate-based antipsychotics. Big fan of that. How long is too long? I want to say like 3 days. Talking about wanting to do future all-nighters? Ha 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 ha. Hello, Reki. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Anyway, on the conversation of like mistreatment in the psychiatric system, there was a point in my life where for about 3 months I was doing intensive outpatient therapy, where I was doing a lot of hours in therapy in person, as well as seeing a psychiatrist through the same system. And this was the point in my life where I got diagnosed with schizophrenia. I went in knowing like autism, ADHD, anxiety, depression, BPD. The missing thing that we hadn't really figured out yet was schizoaffective disorder. That's where I got diagnosed with it. And I was pretty much immediately put on an antipsychotic. They did not bother to check what medications I was already on when they prescribed this. And so I was put on an antipsychotic alongside the medication I was taking at the time for my gastroparesis. 2 medications that you should not mix, that have very, very severe, potentially deadly side effects. I was put on these medications, and I very quickly, I was also put on 4 medications simultaneously. They just put me on 4 new meds all at once, which is, don't do that. Don't do that. Introduce meds one at a time so you can isolate what is causing harm and potential side effects. Don't do that. But in any case, they put me on this antipsychotic alongside a medication with extremely severe, extremely prevalent side effects, interactions. And I very quickly started to experience those side effects. I started to experience what is known as drug-induced Parkinsonism. Drug-induced Parkinsonism is basically Parkinson's disease. It is caused by too little dopamine. Too little dopamine in parts of the brain that are responsible for memory and movement. So I started to experience muscle spasms, extreme fatigue and sleepiness to a point where I was not able to drive. At one point, I fainted in public, and I was relaying all of this to the professionals I was seeing at the time, and they completely disregarded it. I eventually, after a couple weeks of this and after fainting in a public parking lot, took myself off of the meds. I was like, this is getting in the way of my ability to live my life. It wasn't until a little bit later that I actually looked it up and figured out what had happened, that I was put on these 2 medications that were having deadly interactions. But at no point in the process was I warned of side effects. At no point was I given the option to lower dosage or go off of them. The entire time I was told that, we needed longer to see if the meds were going to work, that they were observing me, that, I essentially told that and when I did eventually go off of them, I was told that I, as someone with schizoaffective disorder, do not know my health and wellness well enough, and that they were simply doing what they had to, and that I was being non-compliant. It became very clear to me in that moment that not all, sure, maybe even not a majority, but there was a decent portion of mental health professionals that, because I am schizoaffective, deem me not stable enough to make decisions about my own health. That's where a lot of my feelings that are building up into this larger video come from. It comes from the 3 different times that I have been forced into long-term psychiatric care against my will. It stems from the times I have been over-medicated and told off and put down for going off medication. And it comes from the very specific forms of stigma I have experienced in a medical setting, both for being trans and for, being an anarchist within those settings. Because when I was diagnosed for schizophrenia, I suddenly started getting a lot more pushback on both my politics and my identity. I started getting a lot more pushback and questions about the fact that I was trans and about the fact that I was an anarchist. And that experience, all of the experiences I have had where I've been forcibly institutionalized, because that's happened 3 times in my life, but especially that last one, really made me think a lot about the ways in which we think about mentally ill people, especially people with conditions like schizophrenia, OCD, dissociative disorders, other ones that may cause them to be out of touch with reality in some capacity, as well as the lacking right to autonomy in many mental health care settings. I have thoughts and feelings. I love having thoughts and feelings. Hello, Azal. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Were you put in an institution? 3 times. 2 of them were short term. One of them was 72 hours. I think the 2 of them were 72 hours. One of them was 3 months of intensive outpatient. I don't say any of this to discourage people from getting help, especially help which may, save their life in some capacity. But I think there are real systemic issues within the psychiatric setting which stop people from getting adequate help and which are forms of discrimination, Ableism within the mental health care system against mentally ill patients held by doctors is very real. And again, that's not to tell people to not seek help. I want to be very clear, especially when I make this video about that. But I think there are some, that doesn't mean, how do I say this? I think I can simultaneously say, hey, therapy and psychiatric help are really useful to a lot of people, while still calling into question and pointing out a lot of the deep systemic issues that run throughout the mental health care system, and call for them to be addressed, you know? And call for changes to the system that enable more freedom and autonomy for patients, especially those with more severe chronic mental health problems. It's my birthday. Never been such a list, but my mom used to threaten to have me committed growing up. Happy birthday! Wild sentences to have directly next to each other. Do you want me to play you happy birthday on the harmonica? How old were you, if you don't mind me asking? One was when I was 14, one was when I was 16, the other is when I was, I want to say 21? Dog, what car does your doctor drive? I want to total it. Absolutely, hell yeah, give me a second. One sec. Let me remind myself how I do this. Happy birthday! The issues seem very deeply built in as well. Yeah, it's a subject that I think has a lot of nuance, but one that I think is worth talking about. And I think I think I am in the right to question a lot of practices within psychiatric spaces, while still saying that therapy and psychiatry are useful practices for a lot of people. You know. Just because therapy is important and helps a lot of people does not mean that it does not contain systemic issues of ableism that need to be discussed. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I love my harmonica. During lockdown, my mom told me she was thinking of having me institutionalized, and I'm so sorry you went through that, because that sucks. You're very kind. I try. Your therapist is not immune to propaganda. Medication, sure, the paperwork to claim accommodations, go for it, but have a reason for it. It's not even necessarily that. Like, therapy is genuinely helpful for people. But I would argue that a lot of therapeutic institutions, one, do meaningfully discriminate against people with more severe conditions, and two, seek largely to make you a good worker rather than make you happy. You know? You know? My other big critique of a lot of therapeutic and psychiatric practices is that very often they are far more interested in giving you the skills that make you a good and productive member of society rather than achieving any kind of personal fulfillment or happiness. I have witnessed many times where, like, my political activism has been discouraged by therapists who are like, oh, caring about the issues of the world will just get in your way and make it harder for you to function. Or a lot of cases wherein I've seen people... There's this bit of rhetoric of like, oh, the only thing you can change is yourself. That is a thing that I was told a lot in a lot of my therapeutic practice. Like, you can't control how the people around you react. You can't change your conditions. You need to just accept your conditions and change yourself so that you can better cope with them. And I get where that comes from. But I also think it is a mindset that enables a lot of apathy and lack of initiative to engage in activism, and also just ignores how systemically bad the world is. You know? I have thoughts and feelings. Do, 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 do. As someone who's diagnosed and whose diagnosis has helped, when others talk about getting diagnosed for stuff, I asked what they want a diagnosis to do for them. Got it. Yeah. Sorry, I read the rest of the context now. I agree, yeah. Not caring about the issues the world's created, this fucked up world that made its problems to begin with, yeah. Like, I have thoughts and feelings, and I will hopefully be able to just speak on many of those thoughts and feelings within the video essay. Puts $1 in my next video jar. Puts $1 in my next video jar. Do, 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 If I recall correctly, the broad usage of suicide prevention methods originated in the transatlantic slave trade. Wait, what? That's news to me. I would like a source, not because I don't believe you, but because I want a source for my own purposes and further research. I would like a source not because I don't believe you. I just really want to read more into this. If you have anything. Ashton Daniel mentioned it in a video and cited some sources. I'm gonna see if I can find that and post it in Discord. Please do if you can, but no stress if you can't. I am very curious. Because, like, I've never heard of this before. The world is revolving around the sun? Something like that. Hello, Stone. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I will say, to the ends of the earth, fuck that one psychiatrist. Fuck that one psychiatrist so much. How are you not checking interactions with existing medications when putting someone on 4 meds at once? That is just wild. Eat 3,300 particularly rich people? I would love to. Chat, I want to do cannibalism, but specifically on rich people. You know, I think it'd make me really happy. I think it would make me really, really happy. You know, I think the best antidepressant would be eating 3,300 rich people. Who does that genuinely? I'm gonna be so real. Like, the very idea that a professional would put someone on multiple medications at the same time is absurd to me. Like, the thought of putting on someone, a patient on more than 2 meds at the same time, without, like, how do I say this? The thought of introducing 2 medications to a patient's system, I'm phrasing badly. The thought of at once simultaneously introducing more than 2 medications at the same time to a patient's system is absurd to me. I can understand in some cases why introducing 2 medications simultaneously, especially if the person is on no existing meds, I can understand that. But you don't add 4 at the same time. 4 at the same time. While there were already existing meds, because you can't, like, track what is causing side effects or interactions nearly as well in that situation. There's a reason why you introduce meds one at a time when possible, because you want to be able to keep track of what might be causing interactions. You don't want to massively change someone's meds all at once. Sorry, I have thoughts and feelings. Sounds like they just had a quota of meds to push for a bigger payout. Oh, I know for a fact that the antipsychotic I was put on was one that they had a like deal with the company on, and were actively pushing. I can tell you for a fact that the antipsychotic that I was put on is one where they had a deal with the producer. Fuck that shit. I don't fuck with Raylar. Chat, every time I see a Raylar ad, because I do see Raylar ads every now and then, I still get mad about it. Fuck Raylar. I don't fuck with Raylar. I had a really bad experience with changing medication before. I take sertraline, was prescribed a new antidepressant. I believe this other antidepressant caused me to either enter a neurotic state or heavily contributed to me withdrawing from the semester. Fascinating. I am really curious about the specific medications at play just because I know a lot about this shit. I'm curious if it was also an SSRI or if it was something else. But that's just me. Annihilate privatized medical care. True! True! Certain combos of multiple meds make sense if the effects are well known. Anything psych-related, no way. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. Like, I understand, okay, you're seeing a new patient and you put them on, like, an antidepressant and an anti-anxiety med simultaneously. I understand that. Especially if they're very common meds. Because you only have 2 factors in the equation. There's a lot less space for interactions to occur. And if there are side effects, it's one of the 2 meds. 4? I'm still mad about it. I'm still mad about it. Apologies. I think it was Vraylar, lamotrigine, hydroxyzine, and I forget what else. There was a 4th one in there, but I forget what it was. Which, like, quetiapine... No, sorry. Quetiapine is what I'm currently on. No, it's not sertraline. Lamotrigine, I'm still on. I'm still on lamotrigine. I don't have hydroxyzine anymore, but I wish I did, because hydroxyzine knocks me the fuck out. It's great. But alas. Medications are weird, y'all. Medications are weird. Psychiatry is weird. My background is a trauma surgery. We're gonna be putting, like, a tendon at 1, but we're also, you know, monitoring every single vital for, like, 72 hours straight. Yeah, that's fair, and also, like, how do I say? You're working with meds that are primarily impacting body systems and not the brain, if that makes sense. Not to say that the brain isn't a body system, but it's a lot harder to directly analyze the side effects of, because many of them are, you know, psychological. You know, you're not putting someone on an antipsychotic, a mood stabilizer, an anti-anxiety med, and something fucking else that I can't remember all at the same time. Fluoxetine was the drug I was changed to. One sec. Let me remind myself what that is. Because I know I've been on sertraline before. Okay, interesting. You were switched between SSRIs. That's really interesting. Because sertraline is Lexapro. It's a very common SSRI. I've been on it before. Fluoxetine is Prozac, which is another SSRI. I'm really curious why specifically you had a significantly worse reaction to Prozac. Huh. Y'all, brands are weird. I've never been on Prozac before. I can say sertraline, I personally didn't react well to. Or rather, I was on it for a long time. I didn't react poorly to it. It just doled me out in ways that I didn't like. I'm not a big fan of SSRIs personally. They work for a lot of people. SSRIs did not agree well with me because they made me feel numb. And I don't like feeling numb. Maybe this is the artist in me, but I need to be able to feel my emotions. do, 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 do. Enjoy your EP, Napalm Iguana! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Was also on Abilify and Vivance. Let me remind myself what Abilify is real quick, because I know Vivance. I'm on Vivance. I'm on fluoxetine, but it still feels too much. Yeah, and I mean, everyone's going to react differently to different things. There's actually genetic tests they can run, which will, how do I say? There are genetic tests they can run which determine what medications you are going to be most receptive to, because they can look for genetic markers based on like how receptive you would be to certain medications. It's actually really cool. Hi, Rosa! Bark, bark, bite, bite! More like blub, blub, fish, fish. We're talking about psychology and psychiatry. How are you doing today? Lovely to see you! Aurora. Chat, my friends are cool. Mod, shout out Rosa. It looks like Abilify. Yeah, I've heard of Abilify before. That explains why I've heard of Abilify. Abilify is an atypical antipsychotic. Let me remind myself on its exact mechanism of action real quick. Because I know it's an atypical antipsychotic. What does it do again? I think medications are so cool. A megaphone was thrown at my head. Ow, suffer. Suffer. Get thrown at. Y'all, Rosa's really cool, does really cool music. Very talented pianist. A friend of mine. Give love. Give love. Is this lo-fi Hammer of Justice? Is this lo-fi Third Sanctuary? Yes! One sec. We are currently listening to 3-hour Deltarune lo-fi beats to relax / study to. This has been my favorite playlist lately. It goes really hard. It goes really hard. You can't tell me this doesn't fuck. Third Sanctuary is my favorite piece of music Toby Fox has ever made. Real and valid. I have not fought any of the bosses, but listen. It's really good. Flower Man is a close second. God, Toby Fox is so talented. Toby Fox is so talented. I feel like Toby Fox feels like the kind of person who makes games just to make music and to have a place to put his music, but he's too good at making games. You know? Whenever the song comes on, I can't help but think it's a remix of Skype's based ringtone. I love that though. I love that. Undertale was a game made by a musician and storyteller, not a programmer or developer, and I kind of love that. Like, he's surprisingly good at making games for someone who's primarily a musician, and I love that. And Deltarune it really does feel like with Deltarune, he's found more capacity and talent as a developer to utilize. From a technical standpoint, Undertale is so dogshit. I mean, hey, it's all happening behind the scenes. It's easy to ignore. You mentioned that you like evil routes in games. Did you know Deltarune has one? I have heard that. I've heard about the weird route. The reason I have not played it is because, to my understanding, it is harder. And while yes, I do enjoy being evil in games sometimes because I'm a little sadistic bastard, I also am bad at video games. I'm also very bad at games. I hate to say it, but AE pulling out the knowledge talk about neurochem is hot. Not the thing that I was expecting to pull, bitches, but you know what? I'll take it. There's a mandatory difficult boss to start off the weird route. Yes, yeah. Is that where you go after the secret bosses, or the secret boss is something else? Because I know there are secret bosses, but I have not fought any of them because they are, they're hard. They're hard. I had to, hack my save file and change some of my stat values in order to make the game easier, actually. It's not as hard as you think. Only one boss is difficult. You have to fight only one different boss. Yes, but I had to go in and edit my defense value to make myself basically invincible to beat the game. I admit I'm bad at video games, but like, how do I say this? I'm bad at video games. I know, objectively. I suck at video games. I'm not good at it. I suck at it. That's okay. I'm very okay with the fact that I'm bad at games. However, I hate losing repeatedly. And so if I'm like bashing my head against the wall, I'm gonna stop having fun really quickly. If I die like 3 or 4 times in a game, I start to just get frustrated and lose interest. So for my own sake, I will mod a game to make it easier if it means I can beat it. That's kind of my ideology around difficulty anyway. The secret bosses are for the shadow crystals. Okay. Got it. I've not played any of them. I got into good at Deltarune. Managed to try Chapter 5 secret boss and everyone's complaining about being too unfair. I mean, hey, fair. I'm glad you're good at it and enjoy it. Personally, I just get too frustrated at being bad at games that, like, going through the work of trying to get good at it isn't worthwhile to me, but to each their own. I love that for you. Hi, Araya. Barber Bye Bite. Hello, Jay, as well. You have a lovely rest of your evening. Barber Bye Bite. I love bullet hells so much. I'm bad at them. I'm very bad at bullet hells because my sensory processing is shitty, but like I know that's a me problem, and I found ways to enjoy the game that just involve me like modding and cheating a little bit. And you know what? It's a single player game. Who gives a fuck? I'm all for people like hacking or cheating games and single player experiences for the sake of making them more fun for themselves, as long as it does not impede anyone else's experience. Hi, Theseus, Barber Bye Bye. Starting to flag. No worries, you take care, Baphomet. Get some good rest. He also talks a lot in the video about how the problems with psychology are connected to capitalism, from what I remember. I think this video might hit on some very similar tones and notes to the video I'm currently working on. So nice. No shame in making yourself invisible, just so you can experience the story. I know quite a few people who do the secret bosses that way, and it's real and valid, and we're living our best lives. Hi, Theseus. Hope you're doing well. Bark, bark, bye, bye. What? Playing a game in a way you enjoy it? Unheard of. I am such a big proponent for, like, easy modes in games and engaging with media however makes you happy, you know? Maybe one day I'll do the weird route of Deltarune, or I'll go after the secret bosses or whatnot, but I'm only doing that if I can hack it to make it easier, you know? If you get past that boss, though, you'll love the commentary that route provides. Okay, okay. A shit ton about abuse and glitches and stuff. Interesting. You might have my attention a little bit then. You might have my attention a tiny bit. I might be a little interested. If I can be so real, I hate the attitude a lot of gamers have that, like, oh, you have to enjoy the game the real way with the real difficulty, and if you're not struggling and dying a lot and suffering, then how are you gonna have fun? And I know exactly why, actually. I know exactly why it does not work for me. Fun fact about ADHD, functionally ADHD in most cases is a deficit in how the brain's reward system functions. There are a lot of different conditions that get lumped together under the label of ADHD. We have found that it is multiple different disorders under the same roof, but most of them in some way impact the function of the reward system in the brain. They make dopamine not work correctly. I do not get reward responses from beating difficult challenges. If I've been slamming my head against a wall for 6 hours and I complete a task, I don't get a reward response that's proportional to the effort put in. It's the same as the reward response I get for getting out of bed and making breakfast. And that kinda sucks. But you know, thoughts and feelings. Eventually I'll play Weird Route. Not so fun fact, long COVID has been shown to cause ADHD-like dopamine issues. True! True story, chat. The brain's so weird. I love the brain. Chat, can you tell that I studied neuroscience? Eventually I'll play it. Hello, Wingman Vidya, and hello as well. There was someone else I wanted to say hi to. Who was it? Shit. I don't know who else I wanted to say hi to. Fuck me. Oh, Whisper, that's who it was. Hi, lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It is a pleasure, as per always. But no, I'm bad at video games, and I'm not scared to admit it. I'm bad at video games, but I still like them sometimes. All my love to people who thrive on difficult games. I just personally can't. I use cheats to make every game feel like a sandbox where I can just fuck around with the mechanics. Hell fucking yeah, I love this. I love this for you. Are we allowed to kill you playfully? You can try. You can fucking try. Back before the Minecraft boycott, I used to play with drowning, freezing, fire, and fall damage all turned off, and I left that for you. I won't spoil too much, but the route is pretty much the same as the main route in difficulty, minus that one boss. Story is far darker though, plus you essentially only have to play chapter 2 to 4, really. Okay. Okay. Maybe I do need to play this. How do you do Weird Route? What do you have to do differently for Weird Route? What is required for it? How do you trigger it? Someone call an ambulance, but not for AE. Please stop talking about the Weird Route, even if you say I won't spoil too much, you're still giving away too much info. Requires a guide that's hyper-specific. It's something someone should absolutely experience for themselves. Fair enough, fair enough. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Does it it's kind of like when the tetanus hits? Absolutely not. It gets in the way of my ability to hear my music. It's annoying to start in, yeah, hyper-specific. Got it. Okay, so don't spoil anything further then. I will simply have to follow a guide to play it on my own one of these days, probably. Someday. Maybe after the full game is out, I'll do a Weird Route run. Perhaps. Chat, I am realizing at 9:47 p.m. on Monday that I haven't done my tea shot, which I normally do on Sundays, because I fell asleep at like 9 p.m. yesterday. Huh. Whoops. Get that boy juice in. Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I think this is like... I keep doing my injections on stream because I forget to do them on Sundays or I get too busy or some shit. Let me grab my shit. Like, and we'll boy juice time soon, I promise. Let me grab my shit. Chad, I can't believe you forgot to juice your boy. Thank you for the hydrate, Haley. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I can't believe you forgot to juice your boy, chat. You should add a boy juice reminder channel point redeemed. I would do that if it was a daily thing. I know we used to do on-stream med reminders, but my meds made me so drowsy that I would end stream early sometimes after taking them. And it sucked. This is like the 4th time I've seen you do it on stream. It'd be like that sometimes, okay? I'm normal. I am the world's most normal guy. Don't you know? Don't you understand? I am the world's most normal guy. Alright. That's an empty vial. There's a vial that has juice in it. Thank you for making me normal, Whisper. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Sometimes you just gotta juice your boy. Alright. Let me jump here and here real quick. If I could find a way to set a redeem where it was only active once a week, maybe I would do that. Or if I ever go full-time and stream every day, which I would love to do someday. Chat, I want to go full-time someday. I really want to. One day I will. Okay. Alright, I got the alcohol swab. I just need my needles. Where are you? There you are. There's that, and this one. Hi, Riri, Barber by Bite. It is tea time! Chat, he's putting juice into his body. Tea time, except I brew a fancy glass of tea. And then I enjoy tea with you all. Lo-Fi the Dark Zone, yeah! It's a whole playlist, and it goes really hard. Like, you can't tell me this doesn't fuck. Absolutely, absolutely. Let me send it to you real quick before I forget. Because I will forget. I've been so low social energy recently, and I keep forgetting to message people back. I'm doing my best out here. Bark, bark, bite, bite. There you go. It is a 3-hour Deltarune lo-fi playlist. It is amazing. What would you say is your favorite evil route in the game? I'm trying to think on that for a second. I like evil routes. Like, I don't want to just commit mass murder in a video game. I want to play a twisted character with messed up morals. I used to play Red Dead Online a lot, and in Red Dead Online, I had a whole story with my character about how, like, he is this fucked up young man from a really abusive family from a small town who kind of spent his whole childhood being told he was a bad person. So he goes, okay, if you're gonna tell me I'm a bad person, I am going to, I'll simply play the part. And so he gets involved really deeply in organized crime. And so he is my Red Dead Online character, this young man who is deeply embedded in organized crime and very in over his head because he has a whole complex about being the bad guy because he was told it his whole childhood. That's what I like. I have a question about estrogen. Is there any reason to not start doing injections over pills? The reason to do pills over injections is 1, they tend to be cheaper, 2, they're more easily accessible. If you are going through the medical system. If you are not going through the medical system, or if you want to achieve monotherapy, or you don't want to be taking something daily, injections are usually the way to go. Like, the only reason I can see to opt for pills over injections is going to be generally they are easier to get a hold of through the medical system. And I guess needle phobia, that is a valid reason. But they tend to be cheaper. That said, if you do not have a fear of needles and you're concerned, actually injections DIY are cheaper, so I don't know that much about price. But if you do not have a fear of needles, I would opt for injections in like 90% of situations. I would be curious to hear if, like, actually in the medical system, if injections are cheaper or more expensive. I know DIY injections are cheaper, but I've heard from a handful of people that pills are cheaper through the medical system. So definitely fill me in if I'm wrong. Pills DIY are definitely more expensive. If you want DIY and narco with needles, recommend gel patches. Yes, absolutely. Needles get less scary as you use them, also true. Did pills for a year and a half and then moved to injections, made a huge difference. My feminization was cheaper through DIY. DIY is going to be cheaper in general. Pills are cheapest in the medical system. Yes, okay, cool, I was correct. I wanted to verify that I wasn't giving out misinformation. Thank you. I'm very involved in DIY HRT circles, so I try to be as aware of everything in all directions as I possibly can, but sometimes I am unsure. Sometimes I'm wrong. I know some people prefer the smoother day-to-day dose over having their levels vary throughout the week, but that's not that common a stance, yeah. Alright, I'm pulling into the needle. You wrong. The medical system often won't even prescribe injections for anything other than blockers. They usually go for pills and sometimes patches. Yeah, unfortunately, the medical system loves to push people onto pills first and foremost, and they're oftentimes cheaper, but I do genuinely encourage injections if you are able to get a hold of them, because they provide a more stable experience. They're easier to achieve monotherapy with. And you don't have to do something daily. Do you feel it right away after injecting? No. I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel any different when I do my injection. Other people might disagree. I'm gonna be so honest, I think the psychological impacts of HRT are very overstated by the trans community. That's one of my hot takes. A lot of people want to talk as though, like, HRT has massively impacted them, like, psychologically, aside of just, like, alleviating depression and general apathy. And I kind of don't fuck with that because it feels very bioessentialist, and at least in my own personal experience, I haven't felt that. I definitely notice if I don't take my HRT for a couple of days, I'm just more agitated and whatnot, but that's more so, like... Chat, puberty's a weird, uncomfortable experience because there's things changing in your body. I don't tend to feel anything immediately. The changes are very gradual, but it is worth noting I am on a low dose. The medical system, depending on the country you live in, loves underprescribing you. Also true, they will also very often underdose you. Get your blood levels checked. Hello, Asmerald. How are you doing? Bye bye. Over here in the UK, if you get on hormones with the NHS, they'll often stop you on a dose that's like 20% of what it should be, and it means not only will your medical transition be significantly slower, but you won't actually get the levels of effects you're looking for. Horny on T hits hard. This I will say is true. With testosterone, the one psychological effect I can sign off on is the horny. I can sign off on the horny. There's definitely some sort of placebo going on for me. I felt better and less depressed, more so because I knew my body was changing. Yeah. A lot of people will talk about how, like, oh, they start estrogen and suddenly they're more in touch with their emotions and they feel softer and gentler. And I'm like, don't get me wrong. I feel like that is more so people finally being in tune with their bodies and not repressing emotions as much and having hope for the world than, like, actually the HRT, you know? I think that's called you got the solution to your depression, not like... It's very bioessentialist, the idea that people with testosterone are more aggressive and less capable of feeling emotion and shit, you know? That's my take and perspective. Like, it's a kind of, idea and concept that builds into this point. I have had people tell me that they would no longer want to associate with me if I started HRT and would be scared of me because it would make me angrier and uglier. And that's just transphobia, hot take. That's just bioessentialism, you know? Now, when I actually had my E2 high, I felt like shit was an absolute mental wreck. Oh yeah, absolutely, don't get me wrong. Having unstable levels of hormones will fuck you up, but that's more so the fact that your body is like physiologically reacting to having fucked up hormone shit happening. Like, you know, puberty is uncomfortable. I dated a trans man in the past, and it was so funny seeing how they cope with the sudden increase of horny after they started injections. Like they were turning to the male stereotype of ugh, all men want to sex, but in a more self-aware way. Yeah, I will say, the testosterone horny is real. But like, it doesn't make me angrier or more aggressive or anything. It just makes me a bit horny and a bit hungrier and a bit less tolerant of like high temperatures and shit, you know? I'm less tolerant of heat, and I'm a little bit hypersexual, and I sweat more and shit, you know? I'm not angry all the time, or whatever people try to say. Alright, one sec. I'm doing a second alcohol swab because I lost the spot where I swabbed. You're allowed to do that, by the way, chat. Needles and, like, swabs and whatnot are so cheap that you can just, like, you know, use a second one if you fuck up. It's okay. Okay, relax my muscles. What do you mean? You regularly shout at me in a very mean manner. You're such an evil person. I know, right? I'm so mean and evil and fucked up. The testosterone did that. Okay, sorry I'm being quiet. I'm focusing. I have a weird grip on the needle accidentally. Y'all, this playlist goes so hard. How do I say? HRT will not cause big changes in your personality. I can promise it doesn't. That's the very notion that I'm arguing against here. It doesn't cause personality changes. That's like literally what I'm saying it doesn't do. Okay. Here we go. I would hold my needle with the teeth if I could. Alright, that was a very easy and painless injection, hell yeah. Oh, personal changes? Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Some of the OT makes you rage out is probably leaking in from perceptions of cases of elevated T from people using it for bodybuilding. Yeah, because if you have too much of a hormone in your system, of course you're gonna feel weird and uncomfortable and bad. Because, hey, like, hot take chat, puberty is a kind of uncomfortable experience, whether you're going through it for the first time or the second time, you know? Like, there's a reason why teenagers are stereotyped as being kind of upset and all the time and whatnot. It's because puberty is just kind of uncomfortable. You know? Like, don't get me wrong, it's not all sunshine and roses. I'm happy with the changes happening to my body, but like, I do also just feel a little bit uncomfortable and sweatier all the time, and that's okay. You know? I don't want to see different colors that would mess with my sense of reality. I have not noticed myself seeing colors any differently. Unfortunately, I had to pause my E about a year ago. I was only on it for about 6 months, but I generally became more of an extrovert, and that's real and valid. And I would be willing to bet a good deal that is self-confidence. But hell yeah. I hope you're able to get back on it soon. Or for bye-bye. Alright. One sec, I need to... Where's my fucking... Where is my... needle thingy? There's a name for those. Once I move, hopefully I can. I send all my love, and if I can help in any way, let me know. I know I probably can't from a different country, but you know. I can pretty easily help people in the US get access to HRT, especially through DIY networks. I am pretty tuned into that shit, but it's harder from another country. Also kind of hard to get a good understanding of whether things come from, how often changes come from hormones themselves or just placebo on a large scale, because some people have internalized bioessentialism they aren't aware of. Absolutely. But you know, I want to challenge a lot of that shit. A big reason why I do my videos, like for my HRT anniversary, both the one I did to announce my starting HRT and the one that I did for 1 year, were to challenge bioessentialist thought processes and narratives, and it is building to a larger end. That being a borderline gender abolitionist hit piece talking about how much of gender is socially constructed and how we as trans people can take the time and whatnot to disrupt those structures. Alright, 1 second, I'm away. By the way, it's called a Sharps container, and I did find it. I did, in fact, find my Sharps container. Alright, I'm normal. I'm the world's most normal guy. Points itself, world's most normal guy. Mostly an MTF effect with the colors thing, but it's subtle as fuck. Really? Is that like actually a thing? Wait. Is that one sec? I need to look into this. I'm looking into this. I'm really, really curious. Okay, estrogen can make the cornea less stiff with more elasticity and can affect how light travels into the eye. Fascinating! Changes in glucose can also, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. Interesting. World's most normal guy, just don't ask them anything about his life or behavior. I'm the world's most normal guy as long as you, like, don't stay here for longer than 5 minutes, you know? How do we unteach our parents and cure their ignorance? It's a long process that will take time, but I think it's possible, and I think, like, part of that is starting by acknowledging that a lot of the social construction of gender is bullshit, you know? I had a long conversation yesterday with some relatives about this program for aiding the social interaction training. I had to basically explain why I don't talk about my field of study. They said they'd be interested. When I tried to explain the most simple way possible, they weren't interested at all. In other words, they proved my point. Damn. That sucks. I'm MTF, but don't want vision changes. Please, doctor, don't make me wear the scrambler gogglers. Fair enough. Everyone's normal at first glance? Exactly. You understand. I'm very curious. But no, like, I think a lot of the behavioral and personality changes that people ascribe to HRT are more so the fact that they're comfortable in their bodies for the first time, and like, there's the drop off of a lot of anxiety and depression, which is a beautiful, wonderful thing. It's not the HRT doing it, you know? Or rather, it's because the HRT is helping you to feel more comfortable in your body and not directly the HRT impacting your brain. Thank you for the hydrate rampage jester clown. Barber bite bite. This normal space dog is eating me. Very normal. I'm voring you just a little bit as a treat. Would you deny me a treat? Would you deny me a treat? Would you tell me that I'm not allowed to have a treat? You wouldn't. I would because I'm evil. You are evil. You are evil. What the fuck? What the fuck? How could you do this? Chat, you wouldn't deny me a treat. You'd let me have a treat. I deserve it, right? For example, saw a post from Ashton Daniel where he said him going off team made him cry more often than he was comfortable with. If I recall correctly, he's also a gender abolitionist who's read a Legend or Theory. I imagine it's probably not just placebo in this case, but it doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. Can often be placebo in other people. See, I have not noticed personally that it's become any harder to cry on testosterone, and I am on a relatively low dose. I don't know. Hello, welcome on in, Mecha Melon. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I don't want breasts, I want to remain flat-chested. In that case, like, E is probably not the jump for you, you know? Or at the very least not in a traditional form. Or at relatively low levels. How do I say? I will admit one of my frustrations with HRT is that it is not a more customizable experience. How long have you been streaming in total since you started Twitch? I've been doing this for 4.5, nearly 5 years. I will be at the 5-year, well, not nearly, it's pretty on the dot, 4.5. I've been doing this for 4.5 years. I started on March 4th, 2021. No, 2022? 2022. Time's not real. 4.5 years. But no, for the record, like, you are valid in that permanent account. Identity is complicated. Identity is messy and complicated. And that's alright. Take the time to explore that shit, you know? The crying thing was something about how tear ducts physically respond to hormones. Really? I would have to look more into that then. I would definitely have to look more into that. Because I have not heard about that. Honestly, that could make sense as an explanation of it that's not rooted in, like, psychology or behavior. But, you know. Congrats on starting streaming, Mecha. I hope it does go well for you. It is a wonderful, you know, art form to engage in. I genuinely consider content creation and streaming to be a form of art that I have a lot of passion for. And I hope for more people to find, like, space and success within it. I love this shit a lot. I've been doing this for a long time, and I continue doing it because I care a lot about it. If it was possible, we'd just opt out of having a physical form. I know, we've talked about this before, but you know, that's not how things work, and we do our best to mold our bodies into what suits us, and to engage with them. I've found a lot of joy in occupying this form and making the most of it I can. Honestly, I've spent so much of my life deeply dissociative, and there has been so much joy in learning to interface with this body in ways that bring me happiness. Hi, Wonder! Bark, bite, bite! I'd love to see you. Chat, that's my friend. Wonder, my brain is worried you hate me. I know I have no reason. My brain is worried you hate me. If I could, I would have multiple forms and I would keep this form. I mean, valid. For me, I'm very content to learn to love this body. That's actually something that I've like written about in a couple songs. I'm very content to learn to love this body. From what I remember, it's twofold. E-puberty opens up the tear ducts a little. Currently being on E makes the lacrimal gland slightly more active. Interesting. That's actually fascinating. I do want to research more into that. I could never hate you. You're one of my best friends. What if I bit you? I get scared that people... I know it's literally just because you've been going through it lately. Like, you are carrying so much and dealing with so much. I just have anxiety. It's because of me being brief in VC. It's because I'm going through it. I know you're going through it. Fuck you. I will take the words out of your fingers. I know you've been going through it. Rationally, I know that. And because of that, I haven't wanted to ask for affirmation. Love you, friend. You're my friend. I hope things get better. You know how to contact me if I can help at all. Hello, Vexgal. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Everyone's simultaneously going through it. I have the problem of I get the slightest hint of like... How do I say? When I get attached to someone, when I get the slightest hint of like pulling away, my brain gets worried, and I have good coping mechanisms for it. And I also know you're going through it, but my brain is like, oh! I have to remind myself that you love me. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you to the ends of the earth. Quick search shows a bunch of research into the effects of menopause on tear ducts. That's really interesting, because that explains the, like... the things that people say about like crying with HRT without it relying on the rhetoric that testosterone makes you less emotional and more angry, and estradiol makes you actually capable of empathy, etc, etc, etc. Bioessentialist bullshit. That's actually really interesting to learn, and I'm glad that there is an explanation for it for the observations that people have that isn't just, you know, bioessentialist in nature. That's really cool. Huh. That's really fucking cool. I hear so often people repeat a lot of stuff that just feels very bioessentialist to me about the ways in which HRT impacts your emotions, and it's a little bit like reassuring to my own worldview, I guess, to know that that there is a reason why this particular effect is a thing, you know? Finally, an answer that isn't just women are emotional. It literally just impacts the fucking size of the tear ducts and shit. That's actually really cool. HRT is wild. When I first ran into it, I came up with anecdotes about trans men going, I'm sad, why aren't the tears coming? I personally haven't noticed that, but I am on a relatively low dose. My blood levels are within normal male ranges, but on the lower end. Let me check myself on what the normal ranges are. Yeah, okay, the normal total testosterone level is generally between like 300 and 1,000, and I was somewhere around like 380 at the trough, so at the lowest point in the cycle. So for me, like, that tells me I'm ranging anywhere from like 600 to 300 throughout the cycle, because the half-life is about a week. So yeah, the highest I'm hitting is like 600, the lowest I'm hitting is like 350 probably. So that makes sense and checks out for me. So that's all within normal range, but it is still on the lower range. That makes sense. My roommate is trans masc and has complained to me several times about how he's frustrated he doesn't cry like he used to. That's fair. I personally haven't had that issue, but again, I am on a lower end of the range. Unrelated, but AE, what do you think of the message of the Watch Dogs series? I've not watched it, so I can't really speak to it. I've not seen it. One thing that has not changed about me in the last while, AV. Actually, I forget what you said you want to go by these days. I'm so sorry if I am incorrect. But one thing I have learned, or one thing that has not changed about me, is that I do not consume media. I'm so busy these days. Were you around for the homelessness saga? Shit, when were you last around before this? Give me 2 seconds. Okay, no, you were around a couple times in 2025. Oh, you missed the FBI arc. Okay. Yeah, so you were there for the homelessness arc. But you missed the FBI arc. They decided to get off HRT because they were feeling dysphoric by some of the other effects, including not crying. Now I hear him crying like once a week. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. For me, I started HRT with the knowledge and intention that I probably won't be on it forever. I am non-binary at the end of the day. I like most of the effects of HRT. I like bottom growth. I enjoy what it's doing to my voice. I'm not big on facial hair, but I don't hate it as much as I thought I would. And I do enjoy being able to develop more muscle. But there's been a couple things that I'm like, you know, they're not ideal. A lot of that's just stemming from the fact that I am non-binary at the end of the day. And so I will probably at some point in my life stop HRT. And then I might go back on it at some point. And then I might stop again. And I might, like, get a hysterectomy and figure shit out from there, you know? Like, I'm very okay with the fact that my transition is the thing I am taking day by day, step by step. I'm very okay with the fact that, like, this is a thing that I have the power to start and stop and customize and shift as I please, and that I don't have to be trans in just one way, you know? So anyway, I got investigated by the FBI last year. I got forced into an in-person interrogation room by an FBI agent for the crime of being a moderately successful trans creator. I've noticed it does take a little more for me to cry, but I guess I'm just less sad. I wasn't much of a crier to begin with. Yeah, I haven't noticed that I cry much less than I used to, but I'm also just not a big crier aside of when I'm actively having meltdowns anyway. So I cry like once or twice a month. You know? I'll have a meltdown like once or twice a month, which I'm gonna be so real. I'm proud of myself for that. I used to have meltdowns and breakdowns like on a weekly basis, but I'm at a point in my life where I only hit that point like once or twice a month. And I'm usually able to, like, you know, have my friends around to help me through it or deal with it mostly myself. I'm doing pretty good in the mental health department, you know? All things considered, I'm doing okay in the mental health department. Getting investigated by the FBI is now an unrealistic transition goal. You're welcome. But no, like my mental health is in a much better place than it used to be, where I only like break down once or twice a month when it used to be like a multiple times a week kind of occurrence. I still cry. I haven't noticed it getting any harder, but, you know, people experience emotions very differently. I'm just at a point in my life where I'm surprisingly, relatively emotionally and psychologically stable, despite everything. Question mark, question mark? At some point I'm gonna have to tell AE that it was, all Fox Dog Body Inspector. All the Fox Dog Body Inspector strippergram that went terribly wrong. Got investigated by being too hot, something like that. Basically, transphobes doxed and harassed me for a period of months. I lived. I survived. I'm feeling so much more stable these last couple of weeks. Emotional states are weird. They are. But hey, I'm proud of you. You deserve to feel good. That goes for all of you. I hope that you hit points in your life wherein you do feel good. Aurora. Aurora. Chat, I'm so excited for In Stars in Time, not gonna lie. It has been easily one of my favorite games. It has easily become one of my favorite fucking games. I am excited about it. Need to play In Stars in Time, it looks so good. It is! Oh, one thing I've been thinking a lot about. So I'm going to be doing a live music stream on what is it? September 21st, hopefully. I'll be doing a live music stream with a whole performance, basically putting on a concert. I will be basically putting on a concert on stream. I've done this before, I'm excited to do it again. But I need to test my 3D setup and I really want to work out all the kinks in it. I'm really excited to do another 3D concert and I promise I'm gonna work on making this one like really worthwhile. This one is going to be a proper performance and I'm excited for it. I hope it ends up working out as well as I intend for it to, but I've got big thoughts and plans. Teehee. 12-hour workdays suck. They do indeed. I'm so sorry you're dealing with that. I really want to 100% ice that. Oh, I decided to finally give the game Coffee Talk a shot. That's something I've been doing lately. I gave Coffee Talk a shot. I hope the game gets more anti-cop. Coffee Talk, my impressions of it have been like, oh, this is a cute, cozy, title. You know, I always thought it looked like a cute, fun game. Damn, why is, like, the 4th NPC you meet a fucking cop? Like, you can have cop characters in a piece of media, and have nuanced conversations about the nature of policing, and I'm all for like a cop character who realizes the evil that they are complicit in and changes. But damn, was not expecting that from my cozy coffee game. Sorry, my bad. Starts playing In Stars in Time. Oh my god, Sifrin's just like me. Finishes playing In Stars in Time. Oh my god, Sifrin's just like me. I kin Sifrin, y'all. I kin Sifrin. I kin Sifrin really hard. Sifrin is just me in the real. Cops stereotypically love coffee shops. Yeah, but like you could... I want to hope, I don't know. But like I would want to and would hope that like it'll be a narrative that like critiques the cops. I would be very happy to see a piece of media like that with a narrative that like critiques the police force and tells stories about the cops being bad, you know? What do you think about the disparity between Persona 5 and Persona 3's messaging? I've not played either of them. I have played Persona 2 for like 2 hours. I want to eventually play the Persona games, but I think they're currently owned by a shitty publisher, and so I have to either wait for, like, that situation to resolve, or for, I don't know, something to change. Something. I'm so fucked I have an essay due by, Monday, and I'm only 1/3 in. Time to lock in. Time to lock in. Yes, Sega owns them, which I would have to wait for, like, some kind of shift to occur. Yeah, like Sifrin. Oh, that fellow has some things going on. I get it. I kin Sifrin very hard. There are many little details of Sifrin's behavior and appearance and whatnot that are very me core. So Sega... So with Sega, it's purely AI shit. The reason why we don't like Sega, it's not like a Microsoft situation wherein they're complicit in genocide. It's just that they like AI. It's just that they're doing a bunch of AI shit. It's, to me, how do I say, it's not to the same level in my brain as, like, you know, shit like Microsoft has done. It's one of those things where I'm going to trend away from games from those publishers and not give them money where I can avoid it, but I don't want to strain, like, okay. For me, it's one thing to pirate a piece of media like that, it's a whole nother thing to pay for it and buy it and advertise it on my stream where other people are likely to pay for and to buy it, if that makes sense. My ideology towards cases like that is like, don't give them your fucking money. But the issue with me as a streamer pirating it is if I play it on stream, a lot of people who don't have the full context are liable to just purchase the game and funnel money into somewhere shit. And so as a streamer, I feel more responsibility to take care in what I am doing and to not stream games where buying them is going to support shitty causes. So I do my best to try and mitigate harm by not being not funneling money into shitty people's hands as much as possible. So if I do play games owned by shitty people, it's gonna be ones that are no longer for sale on dead consoles and shit like that. At least that's how I tend to try to approach it. I'll pirate games by shitty people for my own purposes, but I'm still nervous to stream them because people in my audience might see that and decide to buy it and funnel money into shitty people's hands, if that makes sense. Me hoping Microsoft will sell my favorite RTS game that was my whole childhood, knowing damn well it will never happen. Yeah, I'm gonna be dead ass. That's how I feel about Microsoft, or sorry, about Minecraft. That's how I feel about Minecraft. Minecraft was a big piece of my childhood. I miss it. I will not stream it until either Microsoft fucking pulls out of this bullshit and becomes pro-Palestine, or for some other reason it falls into other hands, and I know that is unlikely. You know? Congrats on the 7-stream streak, Barbara Bye Bye. Hello, Natalie. Bark bark bite bite. Yeah, as a creator, I feel responsible for purchases that people make because they were influenced by me, and so I take care that like what I am playing are games that I would be comfortable spending money on myself. Whether or not I am, that's a whole different question. But you know, I do think that police in video games often end up falling victim to the Batman problem. Billionaires are evil, therefore Batman is obviously intended to be a villain. I mean, am I wrong for hoping the cop character in a video game I'm playing ends up, you know, being used to tell an anti-cop story rather than a pro-cop one? Am I wrong for that? Am I wrong in like playing this video game, seeing a cop and immediately hoping, God, I hope this is an anti-cop story and not a pro-cop story? Especially in a game that's primarily about, like, gossip and exploring the lives and stories of the other characters, you know? The keyword is intended. People look at John Good Guy and assume the author is anti-police. We'll see.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow. Bark bark bye bye. Find another Vocaloid Yuri song to cry to sleep to. Oh, I know a good few of those. I used to be really, really deep into Vocaloid. I can hit you with some deep cuts. I wonder if I can still find... There was this one, like, very gay, tragic song that I used to listen to that was Vocaloid. Yes, it is Lo-Fi Deltarune. Yes. Do, 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 There's Vocaloid Yuri. Oh, of course. Of course people are shipping the Vocaloids. I want a deep cut Vocaloid. Would love to hear some recommendations. Okay. So I'm gonna put y'all on some like 2010s Vocaloid shit, okay? This is not the one I'm thinking of, but it's one of my favorite like Vocaloid series from when I was younger. Okay? I do need to mute my desktop audio in the VOD. That was the wrong button. I need to mute my desktop audio in the VOD. So desktop audio muted in VOD. Perfect. All right. Chat, I'm going to introduce y'all to some shit. This, chat, is the Bad End Night series. Can I find, like, an English Bad End Night with, like, just any... I don't want an English cover, I just want English subs. Here we go. 14 years ago? This was my shit back in the day, okay? The reason I fell in love with Vocaloid back in the day was because of the way it was oftentimes used as a, like, narrative format. People would use it to tell stories. And they don't do that. I mean, they still do that, don't get me wrong, but, like, Vocaloid, they become more instruments these days, which I love, you know, the work of Flavor Folly or of, RI Producer or Rip Producer. This is not deep cut in that it's obscure, but in that it is old and forgotten. This is an era of Vocaloid that, like, people don't talk about anymore, where it was primarily narrative pieces. This is a 4-song series, and it's one of my favorite Vocaloid series because it is about these characters who are, like, in a play that is repeating over and over again, and they can't find the rest of the script, and they just have to act out their parts and hope that things work out. And it's so good. One of my favorite fictional tropes is the characters are aware they are simply playing roles in a story. And you'll notice I don't know if y'all have noticed, I fall in love with a story anytime it plays into that trope. These characters are just performers. God, that's part of why I love Sifrin so much. Because he, even if no one else is aware that he is just performing over and over again, saying his lines. God, it's so good. This shit takes me back. This is a whole series. I think I've heard this one somewhere. It's not, like, obscure. You know, like, this is an English sub video from 14 years ago with 200k views. But, like, this isn't what modern Vocaloid looks like. You know? And it's a story. It's a 4-long story. I listen to video game covers with fan lyrics. Hell yeah. I miss that shit. I know people still do it, but I miss that shit. I mean, I still like modern Vocaloid music, but I miss when Vocaloid was a lot more about narrative and storytelling. Especially, like, multi-song series. Almost all the old Vocaloid songs had some narrative. Yeah, exactly. It's very theater kid, you know? And modern Vocaloid lacks a lot of the theatrics, I think, as well. What's the first word y'all think of when thinking of the word K, not kill? Knife. You can also see that I was a little bit of a teenage edgelord in this. You can see that I was a little bit of a teenage edgelord and that this is what I was listening to a decade ago. Knife. It's good shit. There was a whole series. So it went from Bad End Night. The next one was Crazy Night. Wait, did they added two more? When were these released? These were like years after the original series. There were extra songs they added? Are these part of it? Wait. The teenage edgelord to radical leftist pipeline is real. It is, and that was me. That was me. Come and revere, give your praises to the god who loves tea, then surely other wishes will come true. Okay. Wait, no, this is a different series. This is a villains and heroes album. Got it. Okay, so this is not Bad End Night. Got it. Okay. That's so weird. I'm not gonna bother with all the songs. Actually, I'll just skip y'all to Everlasting Night. This is the last one in the series. Do you remember the Vocaloid series where the prince fell in love with a witch and the priestess revealed her as a witch and had her burned? I do. I don't remember what it was called, but I know that one. This is Everlasting Night. And, like, the theatrics are so real. This is so edgy theater kidcore. This was my shit as a kid. I'm trying to remember like the English lyrics from the covers I used to listen to. Hi, how are you doing? This was my childhood. I'm showing chat like some old Vocaloid. Some old fucking Vocaloid. How are you doing? Hell yeah! We need to talk. Were you ever into Kagero Project? Were you ever a Kagero Project kid? Kagero Day is like the date was just a few days ago. Holy, we gotta yap about that sometime. Holy shit, that was my everything when I was a teenager. I own the light novels. I fucking own the light novels. This takes me back. I miss Kagero Project. But, like, this shit was so core to my childhood. I miss this. I miss when Vocaloid was very theatrical and narrative. Like, they're telling... This is the final song in the Bad End Night series, and it's like, you know... all of the characters have finally figured out what's happening, more or less, that they're missing pages in the script, and they're trying to finally do the show correctly. Or rather, I think what it is they realize what the ending of the story is and they want to subvert it because they know the ending is bad. I think that's what it is. I remember once taking notes on a fan-made 2-hour video lecture on the Servant of Evil series. Really helped me because there were so many songs telling the story. I was a Kagero Project kid, not a Servant of Evil kid, but... Should have been into Vocaloid before 2018 instead of being like 6 when this came out. When did this come out? It says 11 years ago, but I don't trust that. I don't think this was 11 years ago. Personal favorite Vocaloid song from back then was Alice of Human Sacrifice! That takes me back! My wife introduced me to Vocaloid with Lower One's Eyes. Valid. I mean, good taste, don't get me wrong. Okay, one sec. I need to re-listen to Alice of Human Sacrifice. I love this. Just look at all the fucking theatrics just built into the MV. Like, this is where I get my love of stories where the characters know they are actors playing their roles from. This is where I get that love from. So here, Miku has just found the true ending of the story. Because it should have been more chronically online as a 10-year-old. I wasn't chronically online. I got introduced to this shit at a friend's house, and then I downloaded all of it so I could listen to it on my own time. I was like frantically researching about this in any moment I had internet access. Okay. I found the end. Anyway, sorry, I'm normal. I just made Mr. Shimmer go on a huge Vocaloid tangent. Thank you. I love the sentimental android clowns in a Transistor Region series. I don't think I'm familiar with those. It was mostly Bad End Night and Kagero Project I was super into. There was the one with the circus and like whatnot that I also really liked. I don't remember what the circus one was. Alright, here's Alice of Human Sacrifice. There was the circus one that I also really liked, but I don't remember the name of it. It was only 2 songs, but they were so good. Valid. This shit is 17 years old, chat. This shit is 17 fucking years old. 2009. You should always live in fear of a streamer pulling up Miko songs. Wait, did it? I didn't see. If that was the case, I did not notice it, a pooping pigeon. This wasn't one of the ones I regularly watched or listened to as a kid, but I was aware of it in the background. But you know. What was the circus one? I don't remember. One sec. I gotta show y'all Kagero Project, though. Chat, Kagero Project was my favorite thing. And you probably have heard some of the songs before. The cool thing though with Kagero Project is that this is a story with multiple timelines, and every single like different piece of media it is available in is basically its own timeline with its own ending. They're all different routes that the story take, and they have a canonical order, and it is one of the biggest and most confusing pieces of media to try and explain. If you're familiar with any of the songs, though, it is probably going to be either Outer Science or Kagero Days. I think those are the most well-known ones. I guess Long Time Memory was also pretty popular. Oh, no, it would definitely be Kagero Days. If you're familiar with anything, it would definitely be Kagero Days. I just saw that view count. Never mind everything that I'm saying. 13 fucking years ago on this shit. This was my shit. Actually, if you've seen this, you've probably seen the fan PMVs. Give me a second. This shit. This is Heat Haze Days. It was the song that kind of kicked off Kagero Project. This was my childhood. We're gonna hit the summertime. Hey, I think the two of us should leave. I'm trying to remember the lyrics for like the English versions. So yeah, you know, I was a bit of a teenage edgelord. It's okay, we're allowed to grow. Were you in a group that lost it for Porter Robinson Shelter? I remember that album coming out, and I remember, or rather, that song coming out, and yes, I remember loving it and like absolutely adoring it. I wasn't in like a large group of friends who fell in love with it, but I was in love with that song when it released. Yes, my heart couldn't handle this as a teenager. I was the edgy kid. So for folks who don't know this story, in Kagero Project, if you die on, I think it's August 14th or August 15th, you end up in the Kagero days. Two people go in, one person comes out, and they come out with magical snake powers. And these two characters are kind of going back and forth fighting over who gets to live. Because they both want the other person to be the one who makes it out alive. None of them really fully understand what's happening, but yeah. It's one thing to say I was a little edgy, that can mean anything. With these videos, we're seeing just how deep the rabbit hole. I was like a jokes about violence, kind of edgy. I was like, haha, violence, murder, I'm a sociopath kind of edgy, you know? I was never the kind of person to hurt anyone. I've always been the kind of person who is very deeply empathetic and kind and caring and would never, like, do harm to a person. I am a pacifist, but I treated a lot of, like, edginess and violence as a joke when I was a kid, you know? Yeah, it's the surface level high school edgelords tip of the iceberg. Yeah. I was like, oh, I enjoyed media with yanderes and kind of hated society, and I used a lot of that. I used a lot of edgy media as my kind of way of rebelling, you know? I wasn't the kind of person to do harm, but I kind of, for me, it was a means of rebelling against a society that I saw as restrictive and that didn't care about me, you know? I used to cosplay this character. I feel like edgy Vocaloids was above surface level, this is sky level. If that's the case, you have not interacted with, like, edgy teenagers. If to you, this is, like, the peak of edginess, of teenage edginess, boy, do I have some news for you. How many folks are familiar with AO3 and Dead Dove? Raise his hand. Hey, I see Rosa. I see Rosa raising hands. Ayo. I used to cosplay Kuroha from Kagero Project. Did you see the AO3 drama? What is it this time? Is it people begging for AO3 to have an algorithm again? Maybe I don't want to hear about the AO3 drama right now. I will just get frustrated. Oh, can't believe Wattpad banned Forks from the Kitchen. Wait, what did Wattpad? Oh wait, I think I heard something about this. Didn't Wattpad like put in new rules that are so strict that it would outlaw the very like kidnapped by One Direction fan fiction that they're so popularly or commonly memed for? Okay, Wattpad banned porn. This makes sense. Do, 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 do. But no, I was the kind of kid where like I joked a lot about violence and whatnot as a means of like trying to take back power and have self-expression in a world where I felt very forced to be soft and gentle. Um I think a lot of it honestly was based in the fact that like I was perceived and understood as a girl, and girls are supposed to be soft and wholesome and wear pink. And my response to that was like, no, I was an edgy emo kid who wore black, and I wanted my edgy violent media and shit. And you know that's fine. We grow up. We're allowed to be that, you know? Teenagers are allowed to be silly and edgy, and there's nothing wrong with liking pink. I was a very much like not like the other girls kind of kid. But for the record, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be soft and pink and wholesome. That wasn't me, and I think part of that was an expression of transness, honestly. Not all of it, but parts of it. What's with all these sites banning porn? Pressure from investors, credit card companies, and governments. Yeah, a lot of governments are forcing age restriction and ID verification on any website that has NSW content on it. A lot of credit card companies and payment processors are banning any service that provides or allows NSW content. That's what happened with like Steam and Itch. A lot of shit happening. Very similar. The one side, I'm the nicest and most rule-abiding person out there, but very much sit in the constant hatred of many parts of society and rules I follow to keep myself safe. Real and valid, you know? Real. No, I've always been a very kind, sweet, like, you know, how do I say, empathetic person. I love my friends. I'll do anything for my friends, but I played around with edgy themes and whatnot as a means of trying to push back against a world that wanted me to be soft and wholesome and feminine. And it's part of the reason why I'm still all very like bites you, shoots you with a gun. Why a lot of that subversion of softness still exists in my personality to this day, in my rhetoric to this day. But like, you know, I grew up. I'm not constant edge now. I just have a little bit of edge in there for the humorous effect. And I do still enjoy narratives that deal with very dark and heavy themes. I just do so in a more mature way these days. You know? I'm trying to think if there's any other like Vocaloid that was just peak when I was a kid. I wonder if I can find that one lesbian song I was thinking of. Oh my god! Secrets of Wisteria! Do y'all remember Secrets of Wisteria? Hello, Lord of Shorts. Lovely to see you. Do y'all remember Secrets of Wisteria? So for folks who weren't around for this, there used to be rumors that like, oh, the scary backwards part of this song. Weren't there rumors about it like about there being like a proper version, very very similar to the oh my god. Very similar to how people talk about the Violet Town theme. Am I the Pokemon thing? Lavender Town. My bad. Oh, my memory's shit. I'm sorry. So you know how there's like rumors about how the theme of Lavender Town, there was like a version of it that had frequencies, that you know, made younger folk really uncomfortable and do bad things, etc., etc., etc. Y'all remember that? There used to be similar rumors about this song. if I recall correctly. That's where my parents got that if you play the Pokemon song backwards, it played the devil. That's part of it. What you're describing is about how about how deep I got into edgy teen culture before hard swapping to punk. Not one to one, obviously, but I thought that regular blue was too bright for my dark vibes. Sat at a table on lunch by myself because I was so dark and twisted. I was a mega loser. No, I was very similar. I was very similar. Um, they put chemicals in the Game Boy that turns the frog into anarchists. Yeah, and I went through the same thing. My entrance to punk was through Days and Days because like it was edgy music about doing drugs and hating society. And as I branched out from Days and Days, I found more punk that was politically orientated and very anarchist and which talked more about loving the world and loving people, and that was how I became punk, you know. I went down the the edgelord to anarchist pipeline through a lot of edgier punk music that eventually led me to anarchist leftist politics and towards hope for the world. And I think that's what we in the business call growing up. You know? Also, there will be an ad hitting soon, Bark Bark Bite Bite. I think that's what we call becoming an adult, something like that. Are we seeing your emo phase? We're seeing the edgy Vocaloid music I used to listen to before I got really into Days and Days and then became a punk. On the whole edgelord thing, I've always been a stereotypical metalhead with the whole acts all edgy and listens to loud metal, but is actually pretty nice when you get to know them, while also having to deal with society and expectations. In my experience, when you rub your chin in the back of someone's shoulder and say lick, a lot of people think you'll actually lick to them. That's really funny. I love Days and Days. Days and Days was the band that made me punk, you know? And they were the entrance point that allowed, like, a lot of leftist thought to become accessible to me. I would argue Days and Days does some pretty genuinely self-reflective and mature for their reflection of their self-destructive habits. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But bear in mind, I was, like, 14, and listening to shit like this, you know? I was 14 and listening to shit like this when I started encountering punk music, and it was my entrance point towards my current mindset, ideology, and lifestyle, you know? So I started engaging with Days and Days and with punk music for the edginess. And I kind of just grew up from there. I wish I had gotten into edgy as a teenager. Straight lace was a survival requirement, but my heart longed for black eyeliner. I never got to dress the part when I was a kid. I never got to dress emo, you know? AJJ was my introduction to folk punk. Yeah, it was Days and Days for me, but AJJ soon after. Papa's already feeling sleepy. If you need sleep, get sleep. Alright, that's enough of that. There was the whole rumor about that backwards period, like, doing psychological harm or whatnot, or about a secret version of the song that hurt you. Trying to see if I can find any of the other songs that I, like, grew up on Vocaloid-wise. This is the one I was thinking of! Is this the one I was thinking of? With the Yuri? This might be the Yuri one. One second. I might need an English subversion. This is the one with the Yuri, I'm pretty sure. I think this is the one with the Yuri. I'm pretty sure this is the Yuri one. Yeah, it's the Yuri one. It's the Yuri one. It's the one with the Yuri. This is such a lovely stream. Wonderful to see you reminiscing. I'm glad that people enjoy it. I'm really glad that people enjoy seeing me react and reminisce about some of the shit I was really into when I was an edgy teenager. You know, I'm glad that folks enjoy seeing me reminisce. I'm glad it's a little cute, even if I'm not cute at all. Thank you. This is not the first time I've like reminisced about weird shit I was into as a kid. I'm glad that people enjoy hearing me talk about my loves in life, especially when I get insecure. I was very pop and EDM music kid. Then I felt like it wasn't cool enough, so EDM turned into stuff like hardstyle, which eventually turned to metal. Over the years, slowly accepted that I could like anything I want, got the self confidence too, and at that point, just kind of started exploring literally any genre I could find. Valid, valid. I love that for you. Like I mostly listen to like punk and emo and ska and whatnot, but like I love that for you, genuinely. Music genres are kind of fake. There's so much style and culture all around it, and there's things to appreciate, I think, in every genre. You know? I'm trying to remember what happens in this song. Shit. Yeah. She falls in love with him. It allows you to bring in cool influence into your own thing. Absolutely. As a musician, it's so valuable to be familiar with genres you don't work with. Absolutely. Yeah, they have sex. They have straight sex. Didn't listen to much until I was an adult, but I read a lot. Also valid, you know? Music is so important to me, especially live music is so important to me. Okay, so he's gonna kill her for stealing the girl he loved, I think, something like that. Yeah. So he shoots her for stealing his girl or something. And then or something like that. I'm trying to remember. I'm paying attention so that I can remember what is happening in this video. Right, I think if I recall correctly how this story goes is so Rin is an angel who falls in love with Miku, who is a human, and then in order to, you know, marry and properly love her, becomes and pretends to be a human man to fall in love with her. And then some other angel comes and kills Miku. And then, in order to allow her to allow the Miku, the woman that she has fallen in love with, live, Rin now being portrayed as Len and how do I say you know that she became Len for to fall in love with dies. I think that's what it is. I'm pretty sure. If I was an angel, I too would fall in love with Hatsune Miku. It's a situation of Rin fell in love with Miku, but because Rin was an angel, it was forbidden for them to fall in love, and so for the sake of Miku, becomes a human man or pretends to be a human man. They fall in love, they get married, and then another angel comes down and kills Miku, and Rin is like, "Oh no, the love of my life," and dies. What was the last song we listened to before that one? It was Secrets of Wisteria. I grew with my concept of punk being pop punk like Green Day and Paramore. Didn't like it at all. See, I do like Green Day and Paramore. I actually really like Green Day and Paramore, and I was really into them as an emo teen. But I didn't get into like the politics and attitude and lifestyle of punk until I got into folk punk. Doomed Yuri Be Wildling. Yeah, this is Doomed Yuri from like the 2010s. This is Doomed Yuri from the 2010s, chat. This was the Doomed Yuri we were enjoying in 2010, alright? Know your history, chat. Know your fucking history. What's some other old Vocaloid shit? God, Ghost Rule is old oh my god. Senbon Sakura. Oh my god. I remember Senbon Sakura. I don't remember anything about this except that I used to listen to it. When is this from again? Yeah, this is like 10 years old. Anyone who likes The Angel Becomes Human for a Love Story needs to watch Wings of Desire. Noted. This feels like some hardcore propaganda, but I can't remember. I don't remember much about it and what story it was portraying for me to remember anything. This feels like some hardcore propaganda ass shit. I feel like this is the perfect example of like Japan's soft power in action. This feels like satirical propaganda just from the way the visuals are done. Maybe. It might be satirical. I don't remember. The last time I listened to this was probably at least like 7 years ago. You know what's really good? All the Ages by My Chemical Romance. Oh, I love MCR. I used to unironically listen to this shit. Honestly, I don't regret it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember anything about this song to process its politics. But I was into this shit as a kid. Hardcore propaganda ass shit. Yeah, mostly comes from that part of the body. Jesus Christ. Okay. What's other classic old Vocaloid? I want the old shit. I want the good old shit. We looked at Atlas of Human Sacrifice earlier. Oh my god, I was trying to use this song, or trying to learn how to sing this song in Japanese for a while, actually. There was a point in my life where I was trying to learn how to sing this song in Japanese. When I was like 12, for the record. Yeah, we were talking about Atlas of Human Sacrifice earlier. This is a very wholesome one. It's just about loving singing and shit. Oh my god, what's the one song about the video game controller? Okay, happy Yuri, thank you very much. No, I love my media with as much suffering as possible. One thing that has not changed about me is that I love my media dark and not wholesome, you know? I love when my media is not wholesome. Copycat is 10 years old now? How is Copycat 10 years old? Now, I'm not here for soft, wholesome shit. I want it edgy. How is Copycat 10 years old, though? I love my media dark with a hopeful outlook. I really enjoy dark universes, and I'm like my guilty pleasure is still dark media with no happy ending, but these days, at least in the stories that I write and mostly consume, I like dark tones and narratives that still have like their shadows of hope. What the hell? Echo! Y'all remember this shit? This is like as popular as Vocaloid God, I feel like. This was back in the day when like most Vocaloids could not do English. And Gumi was very unique for having an English model that actually was capable of sounding okay. These days, a lot of Vocaloids are much more flexible, have wider vowel bases, and are just more customizable in ways that make it a lot easier to do English media and songs with them. But back in the day, like, Gumi is one of the few Vocaloids that could do English and make it sound good. You know? Someone tell me please why I'm switching faster than the channels on TV. I'm black, then I'm white. No, something isn't right. Enemy's invisible. I don't know how to fight. I haven't listened to this in at least 5 years. The echo in the mirror, echo. This takes me back. Now, my guilty pleasure is still like dark, edgy universes where everything is terrible, which is why I think I would probably like Warhammer if I could get past the fandom, you know? I think I would really fuck with Warhammer if I could get past its fandom. I think I would enjoy the universe a lot. But you know. I wonder if I could find the one controller song. Remote controller, here it is, here it is. Okay. This is also really old. How old is this song? Because the oldest I'm seeing so far is 12 years. At least 13. It is at least 13 years old. I really want to know like when this is from. Is this the original? Hello? It's at least 12 years old. I used to, oh my god, I used to listen to this cover all the time because I love Kurainu. I still to this day love Kurainu. Super, super talented vocalist who's only gotten better over the years. Hello, A's, welcome on in. We're talking about Vocaloid. This was my favorite cover of this song back in the day. Have you heard Splatoon music? Probably. This was my shit back in the day. I'm not familiar with that song, Trans Femme. Wish I had been exposed to this. I would have fucked with it so hard. It's so good. It's just what they seem. Ever let you do that? Did you know the Genshin Impact Studios name comes from 3 parts? Ho and Yo are the first characters that you founder, but they wanted to add something in the middle, so they added me in front of it. Because they really enjoyed Hatsune Miku. Is that actually true? You're insisting just enough that I almost believe you. I have like some Vocaloid songs, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I should check it out. Should I check it out? I like Vocaloid, and I think there's a lot of fun things happening in Vocaloid these days. I miss older Vocaloid where it was largely storytelling, you know? I miss a lot of older Vocaloid which focused a lot more on telling narratives and shit. But yeah, Karainu was like my favorite person who did English covers back in the day. I've been following... When did I start following your work? It would have been like a decade ago. Oh, you're taking me back with this. You're taking me back with this. Oh my god, Yuri on Ice. Yuri on Ice takes me the fuck back. Yeah, I've been following for like 10 fucking years. Holy shit. I remember when some of these came out. I should not embarrass you by listening to your old shit. One sec. I need to show y'all how talented of a vocalist Kiranu is, though. I remember when these were coming out. This, like, when there was the renaissance of Kagero Project covers and shit. We're specifically talking about Vocaloid right now, Transcend, with all love in the world. I love music, but nah, Yuri on Ice was honestly kind of good for the era, you know? Like, we got an on-screen gay kiss back in, like, the 2010s, you know? I'll take it. Hello, Choco, indeed! Bye bye bye! Like, okay, don't get me wrong. I love modern Vocaloid. A lot of it sounds really good and fun. It's well made. But I miss when Vocaloid was largely was very full of theatrics and largely used as a means to tell stories. Back in the day, like, you know, late 2000s, early 2010s, a lot of Vocaloid music was very focused on telling stories and using it as a means to tell narratives. You could tell everyone making this shit was a theater kid. I miss that. There was silly stuff, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it was this. This is like a little rap arrangement that is just kind of thrown in the middle there that's not from the original song, and it goes so hard. Even the Vocaloid songs I find now have a little bit of story in them, and they do lean into the theatrics and whatnot, but not as much, you know? And I'm allowed to miss it. Welcome to adulthood. You're now using back in my day in casual conversation. Yeah, I know. Suffer. Fuck you. Unlike you, I'm not ashamed of it, /J/silly. It'll never bother me. I'm trying to remember which one was about a circus. There was a Vocaloid series that had a circus. Darkwood Circus! It was right there, chat. It was right there. Darkwood Circus. This was also shit I had listened to back in the day. We're back on the edgy shit. We don't be getting 4-part mini sagas getting made anymore. Exactly. I did not show Romeo and Cinderella. It's a horror series, you know? Haven't heard this in so long. 17 years old. And this is very much a song about the ways in which a lot of like old circuses and whatnot preyed on disabled people and oftentimes would further disable or disfigure people in order to like, you know, sell them as attractions. It's a very dark narrative. Wish we could see the title. My bad. Oh, wrong button. This is Darkwood Circus. What I honestly really like about old Vocaloid is the ways in which the Vocaloids themselves were kind of used as stock characters. Just by their very presence and voice, you knew something about the character, but they were not literally the characters. They were being used as like stock characters that could be slotted into any narrative. And it would tell you something about the character. Very much analogous to like old theater, wherein like a simple prop or term or title was enough to kind of define a stock character that played a very specific role in a narrative. You very immediately know something about the character in their voice and portrayal. But they aren't literally the characters that are the Vocaloids. And they're kind of allowed to be kind of slotted into any narrative or story. I don't know, it's fun. I kind of miss when Vocaloid was more that. Do 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 do. They are ultimately instruments, you know. Do 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 do. What are your thoughts on Rob Zombie? Know nothing about it, never heard of it. They were archetypes that you could put into whatever story one wanted to tell. Exactly. They were ultimately archetypes. A lot of old theater traditions had stock characters, like the notion of stock characters where you just needed one or two defining traits and immediately you kind of knew the general vague deal of a character. Were you watching MMD crack videos back in the day? I was, yes. Dark narratives are cool, hard to tell anything societally significant with a happy ending. If you give something a happy ending, it sort of gives the message of, okay, this is all good and well, nothing needs to do to improve the world. Sort of. Yeah. Kinda, yeah. I get what you mean. Other half of the Pokemon song edit I posted in Discord. Got it, okay. Noted. Alright. I need to use the restroom, and I think after this, I want to hop into the gaming. But I'm gonna put on a song for y'all to listen to while I take a restroom break, and then we'll hop into In Stars in Time. But before that, I'm just gonna throw the disappearance of Hatsune Miku at y'all. Can I get like one with English subs? Here we go. This works. I'll let y'all listen to this while I quickly take a restroom break. I would wait for the ad break, but it's a little. I just noticed it. It's a little urgent. I'll be RB. I grabbed a little snack real quick as well. One sec. When I was working in fast-paced environments, these kinds of songs hit me from, when you're saying stuck at work cleaning until 1. It worked. This was my childhood, okay? Don't you dare call me old. This is what I grew up on. Oh, I have a favorite Vocaloid. Fine. Okay. I have a favorite Vocaloid, and there's a decent chance you haven't heard of them. I will show off one last thing before I start the game. This is Flower. This is my favorite Vocaloid. And I think you can immediately see why. You can't tell that. You cannot tell me that is not a pre-T trans guy. You can't tell me that is not a pre-T trans guy. That's some kind of like pre-transition trans-mask non-binary disaster right there. This is my favorite Vocaloid. It's especially backed up by, I'm gonna pull up their old design, okay? That's the wrong thing. Where's my Firefox thing? So, what we just saw is Flower's current design. This is Flower's old design. Flower went from this to this. You cannot tell me. Yes, because that swears in the song. I got to see, by the way, a live cover of this by a very talented vocalist at Offkai, and it was beautiful. Anyway. Chat, let's play some In-Stars in Time. Are you ready to play some In-Stars in Time? Are you ready? I just got to rant at y'all for a couple hours about Vocaloid and all the music I grew up on. Let's play some In-Stars in Time. But yeah, no, Flower is Transmask and you can't tell me otherwise. That's the wrong one. One sec. Please, game, work with me. Technically, trans femme and Flower gives me gender envy, but fair. I mean, valid. I just think the transition from the version 3 design to the version 4 design, like, that's so Transmask core, you know? Hi, Sappy, hope you're doing well. And ultimately, it is a headcanon. But I think it is a headcanon that just makes a lot of sense. And we're allowed to, like, how do I say? I think as trans people, we're allowed to see ourselves regardless of what direction we are trans in the same characters. Like, that's allowed. There's no rules against it. I know a lot of people have started talking about, like, trans femme Peter Parker, headcanons lately. And like in my mind and in a lot of people's minds, I know that's been a commonly headcanon trans masc character for a long time. Like we're allowed to do what we want with fictional characters. We can all in our own ways identify with these characters. That's okay. That's allowed. You know, does that make sense? No one owns this shit aside of the companies, and I think they don't deserve to own this shit. Because owning ideas, I think, is bad. You know. Honestly, I'm surprised your model doesn't have more flower influence. I've considered it for an eventual, like, 3.0, you know? I've considered taking more influence from flower when I do a 3.0. Imagining it that way makes me happy is enough, yeah. Alright, one sec, I fucked up a little bit. It's 100% as valid as anyone saying I really identify with this character. I see a lot of myself in them. Yeah, straight up. Alright. Give me a second, folks. I'm setting a couple things up real quick. But you know, I'm super supportive of people just having headcanons. Have fun with it. My one thing with headcanons is just, like, don't step on anyone else for having their own takes, you know? We're allowed to interpret characters in ways that bring us fulfillment and joy. Thumbs up. Alright. Chat, welcome back to In Stars in Time. Where were we last we played? I don't really remember. Let's figure out what we were up to. I know I'm in the middle of Act 4. Give me a second. We've looked at the books. You've gone to her office. Okay. I think we already talked to Luke, but I will check just in case. If not, we need to just go to the head housemaiden. Enjoy food, Natalie. Okay. So it seems we've already talked to Luke, which means we need to go beat the king. And I think, honestly, I'm too lazy to bother, like, going through the house on an entirely clean save. And I spent enough time farming encounters that I think I can afford to, you know, just, skip there. You're a living comedy sketch. I'm gonna go to floor 3 and skip there, and have all the doors open, and we'll just farm XP a little bit to make sure we're in a good spot. 50. 50? Wait, 50? How did I get to... I know I've been playing looser and sloppier, but what do you mean 50? Oh, I was skipping around a lot, the last few loops, just because, like, I love this game, don't get me wrong. I want to actually beat it. You take care, Quilmville! Bark, bark, bite, bite! $50 loops. The big 5-0. You could do some math to figure out how many days, weeks, months you've been stuck here. You don't always spend very long in a single loop, but sometimes you do spend more than 25 hours in there. So doing the math would be easy enough. But you won't. Because you're smart. You can guess what it would do to your brain. Back to it. And I don't suppose we have the key knife. I don't suppose we have the thimgi. Yep, we do not have the thing we need to sharpen the key knife. Because I haven't done a full run and I should have done that. Fuck me. It's fine. I suppose we'll just farm XP for a few minutes and then we'll carry on. I love Sifrin so much. He's not okay. We have 1,000 HP. I just noticed that. Why do we have 1,000 HP? That's such a big number. Next run, someone remind me to, next loop or whatever, someone remind me to get the sharpening stone and bring it far enough ahead that I can get the key knife. It's something I could just worry about when I eventually do a 100% run, but we're not there yet. Aw, he's so good at killing people, chat! Sif is so good at murder! He's doing such a good job! I'm so proud of him! I'm just leveling us up all a little bit. He's so good at murder, chat! Look at him go! We're too powerful. Look at him go, chat. He's so powerful and strong. Why did I come into it? He's so good at murder? Because Sif is so good at murder! He's doing such a good job. Because we can do that. You know what? Good for you, Theseus. Good for you. Let me see if... I'm gonna see, out of this battle, how much HP we have left to level everyone in the party up. Everyone's gotta be good at something, Sif just found that one thing. Yeah, he's really bad at remembering things, and he's really bad at not being a little guy. He found his skill, his secret skill is murder. You know? Okay, we're really close to leveling up Odile and, Isabuse. We might as well do that. One day we'll have to force AE to listen to Deadfish. Good luck with that. I'm really resistant to doing things I don't want to do. Isabuse now 35. Odile is now 35. And we got craft buff. Nice. Where does that put the party? Alright. We leveled everyone up well enough. How are we already on loot? Wait, why did it go from loot 49 to loot 52? Are loops counting for more than one now? You know, I was wondering. Like, the king clearly closed this door and put tears in our way. Oh, we've read this before. Why do you want me to listen to Splatoon OST so much? Did Sif lose count? Maybe. Because I don't. We went from 49 to 52. How did we do that? Is he losing count? Another strong sadness. We should. Alright. Yeah, I would have to check if there's a mechanic for that. We're gonna your turn back to Sif, who is going to knife to meet you. Beautiful. Big One is now vulnerable to scissors. Perfect. Now we just beat him up. Easy peasy. The music is endemic to the universe and just slaps multiple games. Fair enough. I haven't played it. I've tried to get into the Splatoon series a few times, and I just have not been able to enjoy it, admittedly. Like, I just haven't found the Splatoon games very fun, and that's probably a me problem. Yeah, no clue why yours jumped like that. Alright, I might have misseen or something. Mira. Alright, this cutscene again. Let's keep going. Belle, wait a sec. Mira, wait. We've been through this. I'm a chronic save person, like I save again and again and again, never had a jump. Yeah, so it might just be a me problem. It might just be a me problem. I could also just have misread somehow. It feels like a weird thing to misread. I would have to see the clip again in order to check, but... whatever. Let's just beat this fucking bastard. We do need to make sure we win this. Welcome back, JM. Bumper by bite. It jumping does happen from time to time. Does it actually? Is Sif actually wait, I need to look into this. It does skip numbers. It is an intentional thing. It happens if you do not have memory of self-equipped. The first time the game skips a loop, Sif will explicitly comment on it, saying that they have no memory of what happened in the previous loop. Holy shit. And then it just happens every now and then. Oh, Chad, I love this game. Chad, I love this game. You, traveler. Odell looks at you with an expression screaming. Does he mean you or me? You look back at the king. Bright one. Do you remember? The king looks at you and sobs. Oh. Oh. We shall fight. and we shall see which side the universe favors. Chat. Lore in Splatoon in universe games is wild. I do know enough about Splatoon lore to know that there is some wild lore in that series. I just haven't been able to really get into them gameplays wise. I think I just don't like shooters or competitive games, you know? Sif? Seeing the king right now after everything that happened, you can't help but look at his hands. And you remember. Oh no. Get ready, everyone. Sif is not okay. This might be difficult. This might actually be hard. Sif is so scared. It is time, saviors. I really have to wonder how coding a game like this works. Like, I want to know. Ah, we survived it. Everyone okay? Oh, you're still here. Good. Wait, what happened the last time you went through the fight? The king killed Bonnie right in front of us. Good. Let us fight to the death then. Oh, poor Sif. Oh, poor Sif. What's witchcraft? Oh. Oh, this sticky, sweet smell. It is around you. It is around me. It is around all your companions. It is around the whole Vanguard. I wonder how this country looks from the outside in, skipping and stopping, rewinding and restarting. It is not true eternity, but it is close enough, I suppose. Whoever caused this must have had a belief stronger than mine. Chat, I love this game! We'll do this. Trauma does that. Here we go. I am actually genuinely worried about getting through this fight, not gonna lie. We'll just have to do our best. You wait for your next line. We need adorable moving shield back, so I'm gonna... Let's see. I think it's a salty broth that does that. And then I need to... Your turn to Mira, so that Mira can adorable moving shield again, just in case. Because I don't know at what point he does it again. Okay. You can do it, do your best. I'm trying my hardest. I think we'll done heal Odile real quick. We can artsy silent burst real quick. And then just regular attack with Isabu, which is going to full heal everyone. There we go, okay. The idea of the time loop being contained within Bogart is pretty cool. Party might actually figure out how long Sif has been stuck here if the gifts are done. We'll find out! There's only one way to find out. We will mega sparkle heal, so everyone is healed. Chat, this game is so fucking good. We tear you apart. Here we go. There will also be an ad hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. Shit. I don't know how much longer we have left on the shields. I don't know how long it lasts. So we're just gonna hope for the best, I guess. Congratulations, Groggy! I'm proud of you! Shit. We might be fucked. We need another mirror turn before the king's next turn. Okay. Thank fuck. Holy shit. Alright. Getting carpal tunnel with 30 with how bad I treat my head. I know the feeling as someone who's constantly doing and creating and writing and drawing. Yeah, probably. It is time, saviors. We're protected, we'll be fine. I do think it's really interesting they do this, because they very clearly needed a way to make the fight more challenging after everything. Thank you for the resub, Mannequin of Theseus. Barber by Bite. I appreciate it. You can't freeze Mirabelle because she's too powerful for that. Alright, and then we get a big attack after this. Just type 6 to 8 paragraphs in 30 minutes. I'm so tired. I'm lurking so I can go to bed. Please take care of yourself first and foremost. It's a pleasure having you always. Do what you need to do. Soon, the curtains will close. Chat, this game makes me feel emotions. You all attack the king. Like before, as always, Mirabelle's attack brings the king to his knees. No, I can't. I can't disappear. Not yet. Not when. I still can't say it. Oh. Mirabelle, that attack of yours. Did it work? The king isn't here anymore. So we won? We won? Before we celebrate, we have a head housemaiden to go talk to. You put yourself in front of Odile so she doesn't have to see how impossibly high you are. Clouds! Head housemaiden! Mirabelle. Enter the head housemaiden. That's the head housemaiden? She's so tall. She might have 3 heads on you, Isabeau. Hi, McDonda. You missed a whole Vocaloid ramble. How are you doing tonight? She's so pretty. Oh, head housemaiden, you're okay. The house, and when the king. Mirabelle, oh dear one. I'm so proud of you. Look at you. The savior of Vaugarde. You saved the house and the whole country of Vaugarde. We all owe you a great debt. All of you. You don't react. Yeah, we were talking about like 2010s Vocaloid. And earlier, we got into some like late 2000s shit. We talked about like Bad End Night, about Darkwood Circus, about a bunch of like the edgy Vocaloid series of the late 2000s, early 2010s. Thank you for the hydrate, Jam. Barker bye bye. You take care of yourself. Arrgh. What? Oh, of course. Don't worry, just another day saving the whole country. You know how it is. Chad, thank you for continuing to be here and be in my life. I'm thinking a little bit about like my past in content creation right now and how I spent a lot of my time feeling as though someone who was as transgressive and loud and different than me as me would never get there, you know? That someone who is as different as I am would never make it. Aurora. Oh, I did not think that the king would be so strong. Alright, we've seen all this before. Here again. You'll loop back once you talk to the housemaiden. It's all over if you talk to her. But why? But this is it. This is it. This is the end of your journey. It has to be. She knows about the loops. She knows about witchcraft, so she must know. She must know how to save you. You can ask her about it this loop and finally bring it all to an end, or... He's looping because he doesn't want to leave his family. I'm glad you're here. It makes me more confident being who I am without fear when I'm more clearly trans and feeling insecure. I'm glad. What's wrong? It's really over, right? Like, for real? It's over. The king is gone? For real, Bond. And having a nearly week-out power outage, so my internet's a bit shitty. Sorry if my responses are late. No worries. I know the struggle. I hope you get power soon, because internet is unfortunately very important in this day and age. So then... So I can go back to Bambush and see my sister again? She'll be okay. She'll move around. I'm sure of it. How about this? If she's not moving when you go see her, you can punch me 3 times. Deal. Wait, that's such a long journey, though. I'm not gonna find you just so I can punch you if you're wrong. That's dumb. Just as dumb as your sister not being okay when we just won. Oh. Oh, you're right. Okay, then I'll believe you. Hopefully I won't have to walk forever to punch you. You laugh a little too hard. So, do you want a snack? Yes. Sure. Okay, I have, oh, I only have a croissant left. Do you still want it? No. Nothing else? I have a half-eaten apple. I'll take it. Ew. The half-eaten apple has a massive bite mark on it. You take it and eat it in 3 bites, Coronel. Bonnie watches you eat silently. Friend, are you okay? Huh? Yeah, why? I don't know. I'm just asking. But if you say you're okay, then it's true, I guess. Before you forget, though, do you have some snacks left? Oh, well. They just look through their pockets, but they check again. Wait, I have some pineapple slices left. I know you're hungry, too. I'll keep those for myself, sorry. That way I'll survive until I eat dinner. See, aren't I so smart? Very smart. But you're smarter. You should make sure to talk to everyone you need to talking to before Isabeau. Severin, I'm not dreaming, am I? We won, didn't we? Are you sure? We really won? We really won, Mira. Oh. Oh, think change. I don't think I can believe it just yet, to be honest. We fought the king, and the last attack I dealt did the trick and defeated him, but it's been such a long journey, you know? I can't believe it's over. I hope you're eventually able to get V-Flower McDonda. You deserve it. She's shaking. Breathe with me. Oh, okay. You both breathe slowly, in and out. You make a confused face. Oh, no, I'm just thinking. You can be so nice, Severin. Are you? You don't look like you believe it, but it's true. You know, I know we haven't known each other for that long, but I hope you know I really treasure your company. I do. I really, really do. And so, thank you. Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. You smile so hard, your cheeks start to hurt. You can't speak, your heart hurts. I'm sure you're excited to go back to traveling on your own. But don't forget me, okay? Come see me at Dormant anytime. I'd love to hang out. Promise. You've been smiling this whole time. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm sorry, Mira, you think. We'll never be able to hang out together in Dormant. And it's better that way. But, do you feel better now? What about, Mira? Me? Well, I'm better now, but I'm asking about you. I'm good. Okay. Sephron, do you remember a few weeks ago when I asked if you liked being on this journey? You don't. Of course. Back then, you said that being on this journey was the happiest you could remember being. Is that still the case, Sifren? Are you still happy? Yeah. Okay. If that's the truth, then I'm glad. we did it, we won, etc. Ugh. Whatever. This was quite a workout. My entire body is screaming. Savior of Vargard, huh? That's something to add to my list of accomplishments. But now I can finally go back to traveling. I'd be curious to visit some more Vargardian cities and hear what they have to say after an event like this. It'll be weird to travel alone now, but I'll get used to it again. Or I could just go home to Kabu. To do your fake research? Oh, so you figured it out, did you? Don't tell anyone. I'd like to see as if you try to figure it out for a little longer. Very excited to hear what he comes up with next. Spoonology? Bananology. Yeah, you got this. Panology would be quite appealing. I'll miss you, Zifrin. You're a little strange, but you're a good kid. Maybe try letting down your walls every once in a while, huh? And come to Kabu anytime. Maybe we'll meet again during your travels. She's smiling at you gently. You force yourself to smile back. Zifrin, is everything... Ah! I have even more pineapple slices in my pocket! We're playing In Stars in Time. It's a very good video game. It's very wholesome. I love it. Crab, yeah. But really, is everything okay? What do you mean? I don't know, Zifrin. You've felt off since yesterday. More withdrawn, mostly. Tell me what's wrong. Nothing is wrong. It's okay if you don't want to tell me, you know. If I'll find out eventually. But I'm not hiding anything. Zifrin. I'm missing something. I must be. Well, never mind then. Just know I'm here if you want to talk. Well, not for much longer, so you better tell me soon. Sif, we did it. We did it, Sif. We did it. We stopped the king. We can finally go back to our normal lives. Isn't it great? It is. Yeah. I said... Do you remember what I said at the clock tower? It would make a very good voice actor. I actually used to be one. I used to cosplay, or sorry, I used to voice act back in the day. Sorry, I mixed up words based on what I was reading in chat. I voice acted casually, mostly on fan projects for a few years, but I did almost get a paid role on a audio drama that eventually boiled over. I'm really disappointed about that project falling through, because I would have been on the same list as, like, people who did voice work for Genshin Impact. Also people who, like, did work with with the Magnus Archives. Yeah. No, that's not the audio drama. I was going to be on, like, an actual fucking audio drama with voices from Genshin Impact and the Magnus Archives. Like, an actual original audio drama. I was lucky enough to be well connected enough for a while that, like, that was a thing that was gonna happen. Unfortunately that project fell through. So it did not end up working out. But, like, I was gonna have my name alongside those people. But the project kind of just fell apart, probably, like, 6 months ago at this point. I remember, no, it was nearly a year ago it fell apart, actually, because the Kickstarter went live, it didn't reach budget, and I announced the Kickstarter, and it just did not get the interest they needed, and so the project just kind of got scrapped. If I recall correctly, anyway. It's a real shame, genuinely, because I was so excited for it as well. You wanted to tell me something? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Sif. Sifferoni. Sifrin. I look. Everyone! I'm so glad we managed to win! Can you believe it? I think this calls for a group hug! Group hug! Pass. Of course you'll pass. You and friend never join group hugs. So, group hug, group hug! Group hug! Hi, Woomber! How are you doing? They're group hugging! No, I was talking about how I almost ended up on like a big audio drama. I was actually going to play an antagonist in this audio drama too, which sucks. I think they pulled me for one of my more high-pitched voices. I'm so upset that this fell through. I was a minor antagonist, but I still had like a whole episode basically dedicated. And I'm really disappointed that this didn't happen. I do want to one of these days like actually get into voice acting proper again. That was an opportunity that only happened due to connections I no longer have. But someday. Just finished showering, about to sleep, wanted to say I'm proud of you and love you. Why? What is prompting this gun emoji? Is it because I said I was anxious earlier? What the fuck? I love you, friend. You're one of my dearest friends. And as much as I have moments of insecurity, as much as my brain sometimes... I get worried about disappointing you, honestly, sometimes, if I could be so real. You're one of my dearest friends, and I want to make you proud. Thank you. Genuinely. I have this little complex where the biggest thing I want out of the people that I hold dearest is for them to be proud of me. And so, I will cry. Okay? I will cry. I do not currently have a reel. I've been putting off making one for a while. Mostly because I feel like I don't have the skill. But you know. I'm forever proud of you. You inspired the fuck out of me. I'm glad to have you in my life and I want to make more shit with you. You know, you're one of my dearest friends, one of my greatest inspirations creatively, and I am so glad that you exist and that you are my friend and someone who I get to be in close contact with, and I hope I can make you proud. You know? I'm tearing up right now. What the fuck is this? What's wrong with me, chat? Dang, you're making me tear up too. Listen, I'm very good at being emotionally vulnerable, apparently, you know? I'm very good at this whole emotional vulnerability thing. I don't know. Lately, I have very often felt lonely. It's a really weird kind of loneliness where I am lonely, but I have so little energy for people, and it sucks. It's a really sucky feeling. Because I want to give everything to the people I care about, but I feel isolated nonetheless. I'm glad to have the people that I have in my life, and I hope I can continue making them proud in bigger and grander and better ways. We'll do great things. Always gonna be proud of you because I know you're always doing your best despite it all. What if I killed you with a rock, huh? No, thank you, friend, genuinely. I'm glad to be in your life, and I hope I continue to be for a long time. He's about to make a woman tear up misogynist moment. I can say I hate you if that'll make it better. Listen, I've been struggling a lot lately, and I definitely have not been hiding the fact that I've been struggling a bit the past, like week or so. You've seen me crash out, I think twice in the last week, just because I have had so much shit happening. But I'm glad I know you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Chat, I have two things making me emotional right now. It's fucking Instars and Time and Wonder. God damn it. Thank you for the curse of Scuff, Molten. Rude. Affectionate, silly. Affectionate. Hints will help shift your emotions more towards anger and annoyance. Fuck you. Nah, I'm glad my friends exist. Always happy to have you, crash out included. Same to you, friend. I appreciate you. Chat, I like my friends. My friends are cool and I like them and they're nice to me. Thank you. Genuinely. I need to get a vocal reel together so I can do more voice acting shit in the future. In the past, I was very lucky that a lot of people took me on just because they heard my capabilities through streaming. Someday. Also, Molten, I need to reach out to you sometime about the business thing. But me trying to shift away from the thing is making me emotional. Fuck y'all. Sure, I guess it's time for Burger Bug. Yay! You watched Mirabelle, Isabeau, and Bonnie hug. What did you have to... Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. It wasn't that important. Come on, go talk to everyone. I have some thinking to do. But Sif, I'm glad this is over. I can't wait to go back to my old job, you know? Make sure to say hi when you're near Giovante. Okay? You nod. Stupid stuff aside, though. Are you doing okay? Huh? What do you mean? I don't know, you've had a weird vibe since yesterday. So I just want to make sure you're good now. Are you good? Yeah. Okay, good. I mean, okay, good, as in, I don't believe you for a second, but we'll have time to talk about it tonight, you know? Come on, go and talk to everyone else. But we already have. There's only one thing left to do. Talking with everyone again made you think that maybe you could keep this going for a little bit longer. Live in the loops for just a little while longer. Keep the play going for a little longer, if you wanted. You can always talk to her later and escape the loops another time, can't you? No matter what, it's all over if you talk to her. Is this... No, the game's gonna bait and switch me again. They're gonna bait and switch me again. Traveling one, are you done talking with your companions? Yes, wonderful, wonderful. I'd like to thank you for accompanying young Mirabelle this far. I'm very grateful. Sifrin, yes? If there's anything I can do to thank you, please don't hesitate to let me know. I know you will go back to your travels soon, but I hope you'll be able to keep in touch, if only for young Mirabelle. But no matter what, know that Dormant will always be open to you. Please come back. I know about witchcraft. Witchcraft? Oh, witchcraft. Yes, it just so happened that a lot of people in Vaugarde wish for our country to be saved. I did not think it would work, but if you're here, perhaps it... did. Goodness, then I don't believe you for a second, but we'll talk about it later. I feel like my friends do that to me regularly. Oh. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Oh. Sifrin. I'm so sorry. There's no way we can stop it now. I'm sorry, you'll be going back. Back to when everything started. But you can fix it, can't you? I know you thought your quest was over, but it can't be. Something's broken. Something's failing, rotting. No, she's repeating the same thing still. Why is she always repeating the same thing over and over and over? You wish she would just answer you. Now that you know, now that I know, you can fix it. Fix it? No. It's too late, Sifrin. It's always been too late. What? But if you know about witchcraft, you must know how to... Oh, Sifrin. It's true. All of Vaugarde wished to the favor tree, wished for us to be saved. We wished for a savior. A way for us to win against the king. A witchcraft gave us the means to do it, didn't it? Made sure it'd work. Somehow, witchcraft gave us a savior able to use timecraft. Able to retry as many times as it took, so you could beat the king. Right, so... But something went wrong, didn't it? Something goes wrong every time. If you're here now asking about witchcraft, then something must be wrong, isn't it? This isn't the first time you've gotten this far, isn't it? It shouldn't be like this. Why does time loop back even though the king has been defeated? The only answer I can find is it's because we did it wrong. I don't know what happened, but we must have done it wrong. None of us in Vaugarde knew the exact ritual, but we must have done it wrong. It broke. It doesn't answer to us at all anymore. Or maybe someone wished for it. Wished for our wish to fail. Wished for this. Made our wish break, made us fail, made it rot. Or maybe the wish can't come true anymore somehow. Maybe the king was defeated the right way. Maybe the king wasn't defeated the right way. It'll remain forever incomplete. A witchcraft the world will not abide it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You can't move. You can't breathe. The wish is broken. She can't help you. Even now. You're stuck here forever? If only. If only we had fought back against the king instead. If only we didn't wish for such a thing. If only I knew this would happen. If I had noticed it sooner, I wouldn't have let people wish at all. I know you'll be trapped for all eternity, Sifrin. I'm so sorry. It's our fault, all the Vaugarde, that you have to suffer like this. I just hope that one day you might learn to forgive us. You're back. You're back. No, it's fine. It's fine. You had a theory, and it was wrong. You thought the head housemaiden would know how to save you, but she doesn't. That's all good. It's fine. It's all fine. At least you know why you're here. You're stuck here because everyone wished for it. Everyone in Vaugarde wished for your suffering. Everyone wished for you to be stuck repeating everything, to be rotting here forever. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. People in Vaugarde wish for the king to be defeated, for Vaugarde to be saved, but no one knew how to do witchcraft. No one knew the correct rituals. Is that why you've been stuck in this loop? They wished for it, but wished wrong, and so the wish is breaking, folding in on itself. Because it was done wrong? Or maybe you did it wrong. They wished for it for the king to die, but he disappears every time you win, and the wish revolves around you, so maybe you're doing something wrong every time, and that's why you're stuck here. That has to be why. If you're still looping after everything, after trying it all, then it must be that you're missing something. You must be going against the wish's will without realizing, and that's why it brings you back, because you're doing something wrong. You don't want to be here, so what are you doing wrong? Is it waking up? Are you waking up wrong, or going to the house? But you have to. You have to go. You have to beat the king, save Vaugarde, because obviously saving You have to beat the king, save Vaugarde, because obviously saving Vaugarde is why you're here. Defeating the king is why you're here. And you do defeat him, you fight, you get his guard down, he talks, everyone talks, you attack him all at once, you defeat the king with your own 2 hands. No. You don't defeat him with your own 2 hands. Mirabelle. She's always the one who deals the final strike, isn't she? You've never even once defeated him yourself. Is that why? It has to be why. But why do you specifically need to defeat the king? Why would everyone's wish revolve around? No, don't think about it. This is definitely it. This is it. If they all wish for you to defeat him, and you're the only one stuck in this loop, then you need to do it yourself. Fight him and tear him to pieces and rip his hair out and reach into his chest and kill. It always comes back to him, doesn't it? It's his fault you're here. It's his fault you can't escape. It's his fault so many people are suffering. There you go. That's a theory. That's a goal. You just need to make sure Mirabelle doesn't deal the final hit. That's all you need. That's all you blinding need. But it's okay, right? It's fine, isn't it? Even if the entire country wished for you to be here, it's okay, isn't it? Because your family is here. You can stay with them forever. It's fine as long as you're with them. You can live like this as long as you're with them. You're fine as long as you're with them. You're fine, aren't you? You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. But this thought is not enough for you to go on anymore. You want to be with your family, not with those fictional characters that have taken their place. They can never change. They can never find out. They can never truly see you. They can only repeat the same lines over and over and over because that's all they can do, because you won't even allow them to do otherwise. If only Mirabelle didn't deal the final hit every time. If only she... If only you knew. If only the wish... Oh, fuck. You just need to get to the end. And win. And make sure everyone's wish comes true. You just need to. You just need to defeat the king on your own. You're fine. Get up, Sifrin. You have a country to save. Good game. Oh, Sifrin! You're awake! I thought you were napping, so I was just about to wake me up. Ah, yes. I'm sorry? I hope that's okay. Chat, I love this game. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Sorry for monologuing that entire time. I really wanted to get that monologue in one solid take. Oh, chat, this game is very good. This is definitely one of my favorite games for good fucking reason. It is an amazing time, straight up. Foreshadowing is a narrative device. How are you doing, Len Jedi? Well, I had an idea for tonight, and I'll meet at the clock tower for a sleepover. Yes. Oh, did you have the same idea? You nod. Okay. Well, I won't keep you then. Let's all meet at the clock tower later then. Alright? Talk to you later. Mirabelle, you need your family strength. Yes, you need to kill the king before Mirabelle, but you don't want to be here anymore. You have to get to the king as fast as possible. Get him close to death as fast as possible. And for that, you need to make sure everyone else is strong enough. You need to make sure they're all as powerful as they can be. So, that face is not the face of someone who is okay. Sifrin is so me for real. He's just like me for real. Oh, they have a scrambled face now. You approach the Change God statue. You close your eye tightly. We can't even, like, wish for a buff anymore. Holy shit. And the music's different. Hi, Sifrin. You, look, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare during your nap, maybe? You have to deal with the king's... You have to deal with the king's final hit instead of her. You're sure of it, but you need her to learn her shield skill, the one that protects you from anything. Come to think of it, you forgot to tell her about the original shield skill earlier. The one you usually tell her about when you enter dormant. Oh well. The shield she learns when you help her with her paper will do the job just fine. But you don't have time. You need to get to the king. Would you like some help with your papers? With my papers? No, of course not. Don't worry about them. They're not important at all. They're bonding papers, aren't they? Huh? How did you... Maybe I can help. I suppose I could use your help, Sifrin. Yes, let's do it. It'll distract us both from our problems. You sit down. So, well, you know they're bonding papers, so I don't need to explain, but really it's more like, dating profiles. I'm not thinking about being bonded yet. Before this all started with the king, I decided I wanted to, try to date someone. So I asked a dating company, and they gave me a bunch of folders of people that I could meet and that I could date, but I haven't gone through with it yet. So I figured I could at least get that done today, and look through them all and make a list of people I could see myself dating. And I suppose I need help? I'm choosing someone I could spend the rest of my life with, so I'd appreciate another pair of eyes. Or, just the one eye. As long as it's not my two eyes looking at this. And I also need a distraction from tomorrow very badly, so I figured too long, this is taking too long. You know, you don't have to be bonded to anyone. And... Huh? What do you mean? If you're alone for your whole life, then that's just how it is. What? Isn't it better just to come to terms with it now rather than later? You don't need to be with anyone to be happy, after all. So, you should just accept it. Accept what, Sifrin? Accept that you'll always be alone. Mirabelle slapped you. Mirabelle slapped you? How can you say such horrible things, Sifrin? What? But I'll never be bonded with anyone? I'll always be alone? Change! What makes you think you can say such horrible things, Sifrin? Oh. No, I didn't mean it like... Then how did you mean it, Sifrin? What's wrong with you today? You were weird when you woke up. You're walking around and not responding to anyone. You knew about my papers even though I didn't tell anyone, and now this? Is something wrong, Sifrin? Did something happen? Did you have a nightmare or something? No, of course not. Then what happened to Sifrin? Because clearly something did happen. Otherwise, if nothing happened, I'll have to accept I was wrong about you. Huh? Wrong about me? You always tease me, Sifrin. And it's fine. Everyone does. But I guess I have the kind of personality where it's easy to want to tease me. But I know people don't mean it. It's how some people make friends. And I thought it was the same for you. I thought, it's okay. They don't mean it. It's how they are. They tease me, but they're never mean. And Sifrin never really hurts me. Would never really hurt me. But now you have, Sifrin. Thinking I should be alone. Telling me I should be alone. Who do you think you are to say this about me? Acting like you know better than me. Always so mysterious, Sifrin. Always talking as if you're better than me. As if you know me. But you don't, Sifrin. You're just as lost and useless as I am. So stop talking. As if you know me. Mirabelle breathes heavily. You've hurt me, Sifrin. And I was wrong. For you to say something like that to me and think it was okay. You're awful. You're not my friend, not my ally, not anything. You never were. I'm going to the clock tower. I don't want to see you until tonight. But you didn't mean it like that. You've made Mirabelle very upset. No, that's not what's important here, is it? She'll get over it, one way or another. One way or loop or another. But you didn't get her shield skill. But maybe it doesn't matter that much. You can just bring her back to that book about shields in the secret library before you go and fight the king. You don't really need her special skill, after all. The usual shield skill will do just fine. It would be nice to get everyone else's special skills, though. Back to it. Oh, chat, this game is good. It's a good game. Chat, it's a really fucking good game. Hey, friend. Friend? What's wrong? You don't look good. I was thinking. How about I teach you how to fight today? Really? I would really like that. Will you really? Of course. Oh, then yeah, let's go. Oh my fucking god, this game! Look, I'm not scared. Come on. The broken music. Oh my god. We fast forwarded. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I can do this. I can. Too long. It's taking too blinding long. You only need to fall over to make them act, don't you? You just need to make them realize they can protect you. You just need to fall now. You tripped on nothing. The sadness saw you trip and now has its sights on you. Bonnie saw you trip too. What? What did you? Friend! No! I think we should give all the rich people's treasure to the dragons, and they need their hoard. I think we should give all the rich people's treasure to me, so that I can make content 24/7, and also like give it to worthy causes and like support my community and shit, and also like support trans people and whatnot. Bark, bark, bite, bite. And also destroy the government. Ah. Ah. You breathe in and out. Friend, why did you fall? What did you trip on? You almost got hurt. You. Didn't trip on anything. It's like you just fell? You don't say anything. You fell on nothing, and you didn't look scared. Friend, you let yourself get attacked on purpose? You don't move. I saw it. I saw you. You looked around, and the sadness was about to attack, and you just fell. And you didn't even look surprised, friend. Why would you do that? I don't get it. You fell, and I didn't think you could move fast enough, so I attacked the sadness on my own. Yeah. And you beat it on your own, too. What? I did that to become stronger, more confident. If I get hurt, you protect me. And if you get hurt, I'll protect you. That's how it is with us, isn't it? We promised. I just wanted you to be stronger. What? What is wrong with you? You jump. You got hurt on purpose? So I would save you? Why would you think I wanted this, friend? I don't want this. I never wanted this. I don't want to be strong if it means you have to be hurt. No. No, no, no. Friend, you stupid idiot. I thought it would help. No, it didn't help. It really didn't help. I hate you, friend. I hate you. Bonnie cries and cries and cries. You can't move. I can't. Bonnie runs away. Because of you, Bonnie didn't get stronger. Not that their attacks got that much stronger after you talked to them, didn't it? You'll be fine, as long as you know Bonnie's here to watch your back. As long as you defeat the king yourself, it doesn't matter what skills they all have or don't have. You should talk to Odile next. Oh, Sifrin. Sifrin, you look different. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, but... No, something is wrong. What? Have you heard of something called a family tale? I may have. What about them? I've heard of someone who has one. Would you like to come check with me? Chat this game. Don't waste time. Just talk to her. Hi. Hi. Know anything about a book? A book? This is the only book I have. She happily shows off the Paparazzi family tale. What? Oh my. So you had it, Charlene. Were you two looking for this? Well, I suppose you two can borrow it if you'd like. Sifrin. Thank you, both. We'll give it back shortly. Take your time. Shall we go elsewhere now? God, Cyprin! My boy! You have the book, but Odell isn't following stage directions and is looking right at you. Quite a fascinating book, isn't it? Cyprin, how did you know the little girl had a family tale? I figured I should ask. Why? Why not? Knowing that little girl owned a family tale is one thing, Cyprin, but how did you know I even wanted to read one? You already failed this one, didn't you? And even this place, why would you bring us here? You stay silent. Cyprin, I don't mind secrets, Cyprin, but I have many of my own. If you want to keep yours, that's fine. But what I hate is when those secrets are about me, and when people I consider friends keep them from me. So we're friends now. Now? You don't answer. Cyprin. Oh, Cyprin. You take care, Natalie. All the best. She raises a hand towards you. You're shaking. You try not to startle. And you're so tense. Like you're about to snap. Cyprin, I was worried before, but now I'm very worried. What's happening? What's wrong? How can I... Nothing's wrong! Cyprin, if you're gonna ask questions instead of acting like normal, then I don't need you. I don't need this right now. If you can't act normally, then just leave me alone. But clearly something's wrong, Cyprin. Just nothing's wrong. Why are you always like this? So overbearing. Always trying to know everything. What? So blinding annoying, Odile. You should just leave me behind. It's your family's specialty, isn't it? Just leave me behind, just like you left Kabu behind. Just like your mom let... You don't even finish your sentence. Odell grabs your collar. She lets you go. Thank you for finding that family tale for me, Cyprin. I'm sure you have a lot of things left to do today. I'll be at the clock tower. Don't come back for a bit. What did you say? Why did you say that? How could you have said such a horrible thing to her? She was only worried about you. And you said, what's wrong with you? Well, that's fine. You didn't really need that skill anyway. You can barely remember what it does half the time. And Odile already has so many useful skills. You'll be fine. You're the one who needs to deal with the final strike anyway. One to go. Hey, Issa. Oh, Sif. Your smile stopped Issa in his tracks. This is not a good thing. What's wrong? Nothing, just... Mira, Hodile, and Bonnie came to talk to me earlier. They all looked a little upset. So, did something happen? Talking behind your back, as always. Nothing happened, no. Would you like to go see the stars with me? The stars? But those only appear at night. It won't be nighttime for a few hours still. Later, then. Oh. Sure. Sif, are you okay? I've heard that. Well, I've heard from trusted sources that you're not doing very well today. No, I'm fine. Yeah, that's a lie. We both know it, buddy. What's wrong? Is it something you can... Is it something you can tell your buddy Issa? Sif. You know, I get that too. Sometimes I feel weird and I want to push everyone away. But you know that's not good, right? It's not healthy. And I and everyone else, we want you to be okay. To talk to us. Because we're companions, comrades in arms. And we want everyone in our little crew to be ready for anything, right? Especially since, no matter what, tomorrow will be our last day together. As a family, I guess. So please don't hesitate, okay? And talk to us. Or just me, or just Odile, or whoever. About anything. And you know, I get like that too. Sometimes I feel weird and I want to push away everyone. But you know, it's not good, right? It's not healthy. And I and everyone else, we want you to be okay. To talk to us. We're looping. Chat, we're looping. Chat, we're looping. I predicted as much. I said as much out loud. We're being kept here in part because Sifrin does not want to leave his family behind. Comrades in arms. We want everyone in our little crew to be ready for anything, right? Especially since, no matter what, tomorrow will be our last day together as a family, I guess. So please don't hesitate, okay? And talk to us. Or just me, or Odile, or whoever. About anything. And you know, I get like that too. Sometimes I feel weird, I want to push everyone away. But you know it's not good, right? It's not healthy. And I and everyone else, we want you to be okay. To talk to us. Because we're companions, comrades in arms. And we want everyone in our little crew to be ready for anything, right? Especially since, no matter what, tomorrow will be our last day together as a family, I guess. So please don't hesitate, okay? And talk to us. Or just me, or just Odile, or whoever, about anything. There will be an ad hitting in about 30 seconds, chat. I'll try not to progress things too much while the ad is running. And you know, I get like that too. Sometimes I feel weird and I want to push everyone away. But you know it's not good, right? It's not healthy. And I and everyone else, we want you to be okay. To talk to us. Because we're companions, comrades in arms. And we want everyone in our little crew to be ready for anything, right? Especially since, no matter what, tomorrow will be our last day together. As a family, I guess. So please don't hesitate, okay? And talk to us. Or just me, or just Odile, or whoever. About anything. And you know, I get like that too. Sometimes I feel weird and I want to push everyone away. But you know, it's not good, right? It's not healthy. And I and everyone else, we want you to be okay. To talk to us. Because we're companions. Comrades in arms. And we want everyone in our little crew to be ready for anything. Alright? Especially since, no matter what, tomorrow will be our last day together. As a family, I guess. So please don't hesitate, okay? And talk to us. Or just me, or just Odile, or whoever. About anything. And you know, I get like that too. Sometimes I feel weird, and I want to push everyone away. But you know it's not good, right? It's not healthy. And I, and everyone else, we want you to be okay. To talk to us. Because we're companions, comrades in arms. And we want everyone in our little crew to be ready for anything, right? Especially since, no matter what, tomorrow will be our last day together. As a family, I guess. So please, don't hesitate, okay? And talk to us. Or just me, or just Odile, or whoever. About anything. And you know, I get like that too. Sometimes I feel weird and I just want to push everyone away. But you know it's not good, right? It's not healthy. And I, and everyone else, we want you to be okay. To talk to us. Because we're companions, comrades in arms. We want everyone in our little crew to be ready for anything, right? Especially since, no matter what, tomorrow will be our last day together. As a family, I guess. So please don't hesitate, okay? Talk to us. Or just me, or just Odile, or whoever. About anything. And you know, I get like that too. Sometimes I feel weird and I want to push everyone away. But you know it's not good. How many times does this repeat? Holy shit, actually. I can't read this forever, chat, with all the love in the world, as tempting as it gets. One sec, I need to check something real quick. I think you have to skip it. Okay, but it'd be really funny if I could do it without doing that, you know? I think it'd be really funny. Hi, Plink! How are you doing? It'd be really funny if I could do this without skipping. Okay, I probably need to skip. Welcome back from the ads, folks. Hi, Frosty MB. I really want to see if you can get through this without skipping. Hey. What the? Sif, were you even listening to what I was saying? Sif, they were right, Sif. Something is wrong. Mirabelle said you were acting weird since you woke up. Hodile told me something happened with a book that you shouldn't have known about. And Bonnie was crying so much they could barely string words together. Did you do something? Did they misunderstand? They had to, right? You wouldn't. You wouldn't do stuff like that. What's happening, Sif? Is something wrong? Can you tell me? Why is he so suspicious of you right now? So annoying, all of them. Always talking behind your back, always acting weird, always deviating from their role every time you look away for a single blinding second. Don't they get it? You just want them to follow. You just want them to come with you. You just want them here. And the easiest way to keep them close is to make sure they don't die, and the easiest way to make sure they don't die is to make them stronger. Why can't they understand that? You don't want to talk. You don't want to think about your problems. You just want to follow the script. The universe. To the end. Like always. Except this time, you'll break it. And you'll kill him, and you'll escape, and everything will be... Yeah, something's wrong. I knew it. What is it? Can I help? If you tell me, we can go and talk to everyone and... What's wrong is that you're getting on my nerves. Huh? Oh, Mr. Amazing, Wonderful, Funny Buff Isabeau. Look at you. You're acting as if you're so calm and reasonable, when all you are is weak and useless. Nothing to say this time? That's just fine. You never could say it anyways. You never could say anything. I know what kind of person you are now. What kind of person I am? A coward, Isa. Never able to say what you mean, never able to do what you want. Because it's easier, isn't it, to not do anything. To only project a facade of confidence, but not doing anything to back it up. Hi, Cloudion, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's easier to let people do everything, isn't it? To just encourage them while staying on the sidelines. For is the view. You keep changing and changing, from a nerd to a jock to a clothing designer. But deep down, you know you can't escape yourself. I don't know where this is all coming from, but maybe you're right, Sif. Yeah, I'm weak. Yeah, I'm a coward. Yeah, I feel like I can never do things right. Yeah, I keep chasing personalities like clothes because it's easier than learning to like myself. Yeah, there are things I can't tell you no matter how hard I try. But at least I'm trying to change. I'm trying to be someone I can be proud of. I'm trying to be better. So I can help and support the people I care about. Unlike someone else here. I don't want to talk to you right now. I'm gonna join everyone at the clock tower. I'll see you there. Oh, sure. Take your time, though. Take all the time you need. Rosa, I'm feeling emotions. We started playing the video game and now I'm feeling things. Oh god, this game is so good. This game is so good. We are in time loop hell and we just hurt all of our friends individually. Teehee. Very sad I missed most of the gameplay of this stream. You didn't really miss that much, I'm gonna be so honest. You missed like one fight with the king. It's fine. They're all upset right now, but they wouldn't go to the house without you. You just need to give them some time to calm down. It's a really good game. A boy feeling emotions preposterous? Yes, as we all know, men have no emotions. Boys, they only feel one thing. And it's fucking no. And you have one less person to talk to, anyway. Such a good fucking game, y'all. This was not the nicest thing you could have said to any of them. You know what that means. Give me a second, I need to pull it up. Welcome on in, Tuna Quilt. Chat. What that means. Imagine not having that sound at the ready. I need to get this shit on a soundboard. I need to get like a 10-second version of this on a soundboard. Oh, of course it's this video. Of course it's this video. Who do you think I am? This is one of my favorite things on the internet. This is one of my favorite things on the internet. How does this even happen? I don't know, but it's beautiful. I don't know, but it is so, so glorious, and it brings me much joy. Fish. Does it matter? Well, yes? Why wouldn't it matter? They'll come with me to the house anyway. They've always done it before. Okay, but it really doesn't matter. Because I found it, Loop. Found it? Found what? How to break this loop? How to escape? What? But I'm here to kill the king, aren't I? Everyone's been wishing for it, for the king to be defeated, so that's why I'm here, isn't it? Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hi, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues. We're currently playing In Stars in Time, and I'm feeling emotions. We are pretty far into the game, so please mind yourself. If you are, you know, avoiding spoilers for whatever purpose, but we are going to kill the king. Maybe. Lovely to see y'all. Welcome on in. Feel free to tell us something about yourself, Segiona. Lovely to have you. Barford bye bye. This is a very, very good game. I fucking love this game. It is one of my favorite games already, and I haven't even finished it yet. My wife's band got it. Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Bark, bark, bite, bite. A wife's band of a friend is a friend indeed. Had to raid and run? No worries, it happens. I do appreciate it regardless. Well, maybe? I don't. And. Mira's always the one, isn't she? The one? The one to what? The one to deal the final strike to the king. And? Why doesn't Loop get it? And if everyone's wish is centered on me, and if I'm the only one who's looping and remembering, and if time keeps rewinding after I kill the king, the head housemaiden said it might be because the wish hasn't come true, right? So, isn't it rewinding because it's not me, the person who's in the middle of this, killing the king? That... It can't be that simple, Stardust. Maybe it is that simple. We've never thought about it, haven't we? Maybe it was that easy all this time. No, I can say with certainty that it's not it. It has to be something else. Why? Huh? Well, are you not even sure that you've never defeated the king yourself? I'm sure it must have happened once or twice. You've been looping for a long time, so you might have forgot. It must have happened once or twice? I'm certain I never defeated him myself. And yet, how can you say that with certainty? Do you know something? Loop's the one who made the wish. No, I don't know any more than you, Stardust. It's just... I know that's not it. It has to be something else that's causing the loops. Something else that can break them. Something... Then what else, Loop? What else am I supposed to do? What else am I supposed to try? Should I make everyone come with me? Should I rely on the power of love? Should I talk to the king, the head housemaiden? Should I die? Should everyone die? What? What else is there? Haven't I done it all?
Oh shit.
April the Doe, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's lovely to see you. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet, currently scuffed as all hell. But we're playing In Stars in Time. We're having a great time. We're chilling. We're vibing. We're causing problems. This game makes me feel emotions. This game makes me feel these things called emotions. But it's a pleasure to have you, April. Welcome on in. Hope you had a good stream. Barber bye bye. What are you up to this fine evening? Remember to eat and drink water and get food. Also true, yes, please take care of yourselves. If you need some food, some water, some rest, self-care takes primary priority, etc., etc., etc. I heard good things about this game. It's really good. It is probably one of my favorite games already. I am feeling a lot of emotions about it. Oh my god, it is an amazing time. Bark, bark, bite, bite. News and girl opinions? Oh. Wait, do emotions really exist? Yes, and I'm feeling them. I feel many emotions. I'm very good at it. It's one of my talents. But there's nothing else, Loop. I know it's stupid, I know it's a long shot, but it has to be this. It has to be this, Loop, or... You fall to your knees. Or does it mean it means I'm stuck here for good, aren't I? Forever? No. You think I'm stuck here forever. What? No, Loop. You knew. You knew this whole time. You knew this whole time there was no escape. Stardust? Stars. No. Stardust, Why didn't you tell me? Why did you lie to me? I didn't. I was brought here to help you, and I thought, if I was here, we could. You knew there was no way to break the loops. I thought that if we tried together, we'd... You knew! You knew! You knew this entire time! Stardust? Did you have fun, Loop? Was it entertaining, at least? Was it funny? Did you like watching me run around in circles, hoping, wishing? Did you like the show? No. No, I didn't like to watch this at all. Curse you, Loop. Stardust? I'm sorry. But please, Stardust. Sifrin, if we go through it again, you don't have time for this. The clock tower. You arrived later than usual. Is everyone eating still? You need to join them and act normally this time so you can all go to the house together tomorrow. You don't care if they're not strong enough. You can make it on your own. Defeat the king on your own. You just want them here. You enter silently. You don't hear cutlery or anything. Your stomach hurts. They must have eaten without you. Maybe they're already sleeping. But no, you can hear them talk. You get closer. And then I left. I couldn't be there anymore. Why would Sif act like this suddenly? That's not like them at all. Clearly something happened.
But what? I don't understand. Why do you do stuff like that? I don't understand at all.
Bunny. Everyone, Sifrin might come back any second now. So we need to decide what to do. What to do?
About tomorrow.
Yes.
Huh? What do you mean?
Are you saying leave without Sifrin? What? I understand how you feel, but we shouldn't leave Sif behind. He's the one who leads us. We wouldn't be able to evade traps without them. Plus, he's our friend. We can't leave them behind.
Yeah, he was mean, but Finn was always with us, so...
I agree, but would he even agree to come with us still?
Maybe they won't even come back tonight. No, Fred will be there. I know it.
And either way, we should wait for them. Everyone, we can't. Please listen to me. I don't know if we can trust Sifrin anymore. Not at such an important moment. But we'll be fighting the king tomorrow, Isabeau. It's not just a simple sadness, it's the king. The being who has trapped Valgard in time. And we need to be a team. We need to be united. We need to trust one another. After what just happened to all of us today, could you do it, everyone? Could you entrust your life and future to someone like Sifrin right now? You decide. I suppose we're going in alone. A 1,500 HP. We're too good. We are too. Oh, chat, the game is good. Chat, oh, I love this video game. Okay, I'm normal. Breathe being our buff. Oh my god, chat. Sif. Doors are leading to the wrong places. The game literally won't let me go into optional rooms. Oh wait, no it will. So I can't even take healing items anymore. Damn, okay. Right, everything is flipped. Okay. I'm gonna have to take some. I'm gonna have to get used to that. That's gonna be weird. Oh, it's all out of sorts. That was a memory of a future me. Okay. The doors are a bit scrambled right now. You got the egg key. A pot filled with bubbling food frozen in time. Steam is frozen in midair. Sif! Oh, baby boy! Not the counter! Hi, Joe! Hi! I'll check the stats in just a second. Cipher and Heathe, weak to rock, resistant to paper. The lost one. Sif! Memory of emptiness. Nothing comes to mind, can loop back immediately when dead. Holy shit. We can't edit any of our equipment. Do we have anything of interest? Not particularly. Okay. Oh, chat, the game is good. The video game is good. poor guy. Chat, I was gonna end, like, after our fight with Loop, but this is too compelling. I never noticed the only thing in souvenirs is a silver coin. You roll the coin around in your pocket. Mm-hmm. I love the way this makes everything infinitely more disorientating, you know? Oh, I want to know my horoscope today. You don't think about anything. Instructions on how to craft candles. They're engraved in your brain now. Oh, Sif. I was gonna go to bed, but I feel like I can't after this. You don't remember what it's called. You don't remember... You ignore how the world is breaking down around you. Oh, the way we're seeing past moments and memories. Wrong room again. Hi there, buddy. It's all scrambled. Chat, this is one of my favorite games of all time. Frankly, I'd recommend this being the best time to go to bed, in my opinion, if you want to go to bed. Why? Why is now optimal bedtime? Not so taciturn anymore, are you? The bookcase is filled with many books written in many different languages. Vagardian, Praetorian, Voodoo. One of them is written in your language. You couldn't read it now even if you tried. It's a long segment. If y'all insist, if y'all think that's the best bet, because I would want to go to bed like by the 7-hour mark at the latest. Just because I do need to be awake relatively early. Well, no, but what if I, how long would you estimate? Because like, I could go for the 7-hour mark, but I probably couldn't go for much longer than that just because of the level of fatigue I've been dealing with recently. I just want to see what room is down here. You open the drawer with the broken egg key. Gross drawings. Newspaper articles. Notes. 2 hours is probably close? Okay. I think the next good stopping point is just before fighting the king, but yeah, there's a part that I'm just gonna say is one of the parts I need to look up a guide to solve. Got it. Because, like, okay, the reason I'm considering going long is mostly that I'm going to be at Megaplex over the weekend, and so we're only getting 2 streams this week, and I feel bad streaming that little, so there's a temptation in me to push to, like, the 7-hour mark. But if you guys think this would be the best ending spot, then we can end here. What do y'all think? Self-care? I think right before the king could also work. You could stop at the 7-hour mark. I could. Which is coming up. Chat, what do you think? Go sleep? Two streams is not an issue. Chat understands the reason. Don't push too hard. Okay, but I feel guilty. Fine. Alright. It seems like the majority of people want me to take a break. I'll try to make it a long one on Wednesday then. I'll try to make it a long one on Wednesday. I suppose with that, chat, let's see who all is on to raid. Thank you everyone for joining me here. As per always, it is a pleasure and honor to entertain. Let me see who all is on. Let me see who all we can say hello to. Who all do we got live? Ooh, we can raid Nilbog. One sec. Nilbog's playing Guns and Goblins. We're gonna say hi to Nilbog live. Everyone, you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll next be here on... When am I gonna be here? Hi, Kaz! Sorry that you're stopping in right at the end, but I hope you're doing well. I will next be live on Wednesday at 7 PM EST. That will be my only other stream this week because I'm going to be off at Megaplex, having a good time. If you also happen to be at Megaplex in Orlando, Florida over the weekend, hit me up. If not, take care of yourselves in the meantime. It's a pleasure, as per always. Signing off.